With the prayers of Holy Fathers, Lord Jesus Christ, our God, have mercy on us and save us. Amen. Good evening. This is for those new here. This is Father. My name is Father Joseph Sweden. I've worked in Orthodox apologetics since 1998, and I'm the founder of NFT True Orthodox and Ecumenical News since 2004. We've been in the apologetic space on Facebook since 2016 and on YouTube since 2018. If you appreciate what we do here, please like and subscribe. Today we do our live Q&A session where you get your questions answered live as well as member-requested video reviews. So we're going to get started. And as always, if you want to jump on stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link at the top of the chat. If you want to join, I'll be taking super chats from the YouTube chat and putting them up on the screen. If you want your question or comment without super chatting, I'll answer it, but you might miss it if I don't put it up. So let's get started. First off, good evening. May God bless you to those asking. God bless Sunrise. John, Taylor, God bless you. Okay, so we're getting started a little bit early today. I'm testing this out to see kind of how it works in terms of time. Sometimes I have heard that occasionally the streams are too late. And so what I'm aiming for now is I'm going to try to do a bit of a longer stream. And while at the same time trying to answer as many questions as I can, we always try to do that. And getting out a little bit earlier, maybe. I don't know. We're going to see. It depends on how many questions we have. And we've already got one started with Gubbanub. I'm just going to say that. I don't understand the rest of it. Let's see here. Reading sources on Cyprianism, which are 5+ years old. Is this resolved right by now? I noticed the SIR site is no longer called that, but it's GOCK and has Archbishop Kalinikos as its president, with Metropolitan Cyprian as a member rather than its first hierarchan president. Is all this history? Excuse me. Did Metropolitan Cyprian change his ecclesiological position? What happened there? What happened was there was a union in 2014. It's important to remember that the Metropolitan Cyprian you're seeing is not the Metropolitan Cyprian most people are talking about. He actually was in a coma for, I think, something like 5 years, and then he passed on, I think, in 2014 or 2015. So technically that's Metropolitan Cyprian II, who was a member of the synod, but I don't know if he was the head of the synod or how they had that working. Yeah, the GOC they went into union, and the Synod and Resistance is basically dissolved. So it doesn't exist. Now, granted, there were tensions, I believe, with the True Orthodox in Romania. But outside of that, those have other reasons as well. So we're hoping that, one can hope that gets resolved. Glory to God. We got a question, and thank you, of course, for supporting the channel. Yes, so let me see here. Also, yes, SRS and it was dissolved. So yeah, that is correct. Orthodox Traditionalist Publications. Sunrise for $4.99. Thank you again for supporting the channel. Father, can you explain ROCOR's interactions with the Western Rite? I see pictures of St. John at Western Rite services, but I don't know much about the history. The pictures you're seeing, for the most part, are pictures with what's usually called Lecof, or L with an apostrophe and ECOF, which stood for the Orthodox Church of France. That was a Western Rite community that was taken in originally by the Moscow Patriarchate. Then it went to ROCOR. St. John assisted them with guidance on how to properly do the rite as closely as to the pre-schism Western fathers as possible. In fact, there were studies and consultations shared by St. John where he explained that. That rite is what's known as the Gallican rite. It's basically a pastiche or a reconstruction based on existing texts and on existing structures of pre-schism Western services to create a functional Western sacramentary. So it is kind of different than a lot of Western Rite kind of thinking today, but they do still exist. They've broken into several groups and fragments. from what I understand, some of them were with Romania, with the Romanian New Calendarists until a few years ago, and then they kind of went independent. So mostly, I'm not sure what to say. The Rite is Orthodox, even if the people have kind of fled into all sorts of strangeness, which is what I would say. So after St. John passed on, basically, he had given them directives. Some of them they didn't want to follow. The Synod of Bishops, for the most part, St. John was alone in his support of the Western Rite in the ROCOR. So basically, once he passed on, they kind of took it as a sign to leave, or they were booted, depending on how you want to look at it, and they ended up joining with the Romanians, the Romanian New Calendarists. So I hope that that's a fairly clear explanation of what happened. The services were Orthodox, and he was doing them very well, but once he passed on, the people kind of just left, unfortunately. So that is what I have on that. That is not, by the way, I know people have noted my synod uses Western rites. Ours is not a reconstruction. It's just a translation of pre-schism, the pre-schism English Roman Mass, which existed. You could get that in the 10th century. Good evening and good afternoon to those coming in. Anonymous Man 115 asks, where did the West medieval fascination with Aristotle come from? That's easy to answer. Scholasticism. Basically, scholasticism is simply using Aristotelian logic and ethics in a Christianized form. That's where it came from. So immediately after the schism, the Great War in the West, as I would put it, or what they call the investiture controversy in the West to make it sound little, the Hildebrandian side of them basically kind of didn't see a need to use the fathers anymore. They believed they could attain everything through natural reason, and that is the bedrock of what Roman Catholicism really is. So Sunrise, no problem. I'm glad I could help. It should make an interesting clip. Father Antonios, good afternoon. And so, as I mentioned, it is our live Q&A session. A lot of people got spicy with me on Twitter. I'm curious as to whether they'll show up. I've invited them here. Anyone can join on just by clicking on the link at the top of the chat, and we'll keep things going. But in any case, I have started a little bit early. As I've mentioned, since some people don't go to socials, but they follow us here. January is going to be pretty packed in terms of debates, discussions. On the 10th, the long-awaited part 2 to the discussion with Father John Whiteford, which is kind of modded by Patrick Craig Trulio, will be happening this Friday. I want to say it's 7. I wrote it down. It's in the community tab. So that is this Friday. Then Friday, and then the Wednesday after that, on the 15th. These are all Gregorian dates. That will be a discussion, another part 2 on the papacy with Elijah Yassi, and this was kind of the one I was waiting for, where we can really get into the heart of how the papacy works today versus how it did in the pre-schism era, and therefore we can get a real delineation between what was Orthodoxy in the West versus what is Roman Catholicism. And finally, we did come with the date. Was talking to Redeemed Zoomer, and we're going to have a discussion. I'm not sure if it's going to be on this channel or it's going to be on his channel, but that is going to be on the 23rd. And I believe I said 8 o'clock for that one. So yeah, we've got a busy month ahead, and we have our live Q&A shows as always. Let me see here. What do we got here? There's an artwork of Aquinas with Plato and Aristotle on the sides. Yeah, and that's kind of where they go with it. Reconquista says, YouTube didn't tell me you were on. Shame on Susan W. I put that in the community tab, and I was putting a list that I was going to be on a little bit earlier because we are testing it out. Let me see here. Anonymous Man 115 says, what are prayers that can help with frustration? I'm frustrated with my lack of being able to go to liturgy regularly due to not having a car. I'm working towards my license. Please pray for me. Well, one of the things that I highly recommend, and I have been recommending, and I'm gonna end up selling this book, and I feel bad because I need copies of it, but it's one thing that you can do if you're feeling like you don't have enough of the church's prayers in your life, just add them. If you can't make it to liturgy, of course, you should say Typica, so that you are saying all the parts that are not with a priest, the reading of the gospel, the reading of the epistle, and those prayers. And you can also say the hours. So you can say the first hour before Typica. You can say the third hour after Typica, the sixth hour after Typica. If you want to do matins, if you want to do vespers, if you want to get candles, if you want to get incense, make your icon corner your chapel. You can do this, and it's something that anyone can do. And here's where let me see. Also, Father Irenaeus as well, a godly man in my eyes. He's a priest you mentioned to me, and I hope he becomes my spiritual father. I'm assuming you mean Archbishop Irenaeus, I guess. That'd be great if you visited. But I have to do this. And I'm going to regret it because occasionally when I put up stuff, people tend to like it because I find these great, crazy things. And so at the risk of losing my opportunity to have it, I am going to share this with you. For those who wonder about how to say Typica, and where can I find all the books and the services and so on and so forth? Okay, not that one. Okay, I don't know why that's starting. Give me 1 second. And okay. Here goes nothing, guys. Yes, okay. This book is Divine Prayers and Services by Father Seraphim Nasser. The price it's a little deceiving because it's such a massive markdown. This book has never been available at this price, but they have been kind of moving in a bunch of new books, etc. This was printed originally in the 1930s, I want to say. Let me just see here. This is published 1993. That's a reprint. To give you an idea, this book, I believe it was from the 20s. It's called The 5-Pounder. Father Antonios is right. However, according to this, it weighs 2.52 pounds. So it's actually a 2.5 pounder, but it does have the full 1,123 pages. And what's in those 1,123 pages? Mostly complete services for liturgy. You can then adapt that to Typica. It has an Octoicos in it. It has a Pentecostarian in it. It has a Paschalian in it. It has literally everything you need to do the services in one book. That's why it was called the 5-Pounder, because priests would grab the heavy book and they could go anywhere and they could do the services that they needed to just by opening the book and knowing what day it was. That is the sort of thing. Now, it takes work. It's not the easiest book to use, but I will say this. That book normally was $35 20 years ago, and they had it at $35 here. I guess they're trying to. Is the 5-Pounder somewhat like the Anthologion? I would say it was the Anthologion before there was an Anthologion. So it's good. It's traditional language. One advantage it does have over the Hapgood book is the Psalter, because it is translated from the Arabic, which is translated from the Septuagint, as opposed to the Coverdale Psalter that is used in the Hapgood text. So it's an amazing book, and it's over 1,100 pages. Gives great descriptions of all sorts of, like, if I was stuck on an island and somebody said, "What book would you bring?" Obviously, I'd want to bring the scriptures, but if I could fit that in my pocket and then just bring this book, that would be more than enough for me to use. That's kind of, it does have antiquated translations, Father, but frankly, I think people need to get educated on antiquated translations sometimes, because of the fact that, frankly, we're losing our sense of, how do I put this? We're losing our sense of solidity in language. This is, Reconquista says you need a Kindle. Look, I'm a great fan of electronic books. I'm like the hugest fan. However, this is a book, and it is $10. Now the Old Orthodox prayer book is pretty complete for non-clerical use. I don't have one of those. I'm going to be honest. I know that a lot of people like those, and I get it because of the fact that they were it was for the old believers. It does follow the Jordanville rubric. So, that's also a good book. But you know what? It's not available for $10. This book has never been $10 before, ever. So this is why I'm saying you want to take advantage of it. I don't have a link to it. It's on Antiochian Village Gift Shop. Get a few copies. This may be the last time that they have it. That's all I'm saying. So that's what I'm going to now take off the screen. You have seen it. And I'm going to try to, God willing, get a couple of copies of it. Speaking of getting a couple of copies of things, as always, I do want to bring up, it is so important to support the channel. We at NFTU need your help, and you can support us by subscribing or donating at nftu.net on Give, Send, Go, or on, well, I don't know about Odyssey. I'm thinking like we haven't been working on it lately, so I may just change that. But on NFTU, if you go to nftu.net and scroll to the bottom, you can assist the channel and assist us with using Cash App, PayPal, Litecoin, Bitcoin, Monero. The point is, excuse me, I had some extra beans today and I'm drinking water. You may not be able to know this, but I am currently taking garlic because I have a bit of a swelling in one of my teeth. And so that's kind of something I'm using. And between that and the beans, it's coming back for me. Anyway, the point is, so yeah, if you can, please help with a donation. We can't do this without you. And again, this is the live Q&A. So if you want to, why is it not? Okay. If you want to join the stream, you can. If you have a question, you can put it in the chat. If you can put it in a super chat, we will put it on the screen. Let me see here. Okay, Orthodox Traditionalist Publication says ebooks are anathema. I understand. A lot of people like books. A lot of people like. I am agnostic. As you can see, I have a lot of books that I have in electronic form. Most of the Holy Fathers I have right here in English. I have right here on my phone. However, I also have books. Not many. It might be a little bit more than I'm showing you because I'm not going to be one of those bookshelf guys. We're not doing the bookshelf here, okay? I'm not like a bookshelf guy. Let me see here. Okay. Oh, Sunrise just bought it. See, this is what I mean. There is a risk, a non-zero chance that it could sell out before I get any. Because frankly, we're completely broke. It's the day before Nativity Eve. So let me see here. Father Antonius agrees with Orthodox Traditionalist Publications. Do I have XRP or XLM? I don't. I wonder if I wonder if there's a way to. I don't even know how I would do that. I'm just curious because I don't have that. I can check. I have this multi kind of use wallet, so who knows? Let me just see something here. I wonder what else it Yeah, I don't have those on my wallet, but I can find a way to do that. Okay, come on, OTP. He's like, Father Joseph Sweden loves Ripple. You know what? I'll love Ripple if I make a Ripple wallet and I get stuff. I love help with money. Put DMSO on the tooth. It helps with pain. Actually, no. This garlic method has actually been working for me. I know it's an abscess, so I know it just needs to be as simple as antibiotics and pain medication. And so I just I'm going with the garlic. Eat it with meals, and then I twice a day, and then I just take some ibuprofen. So I feel fine. Evangelos Nikitopoulos says, thoughts on Thomas Becket? I don't have many thoughts on Thomas Becket, if we're being honest. I actually going to refresh my own memory because I'm not sure what to think on that one. Okay, that would be, all right, this is 1119. Engaged in conflict with Henry II, King of England, over that. Okay, so he's a Hildebrandian. Okay, so yeah, I would say that if I'm, let me just see here, double check his life, but he's already sounds like a Hildebrandian. And so let's see here. Okay, let me see here. Yeah, this guy was clearly of the Hildebrandian kind of succession. So he would have been like one of the first, if not the first, Roman Catholic bishops of England. So that would be my thoughts of Angelus. Let me see here. What else have we got? John MC says, I've just ordered the book. Lowest mailing costs from Pennsylvania, the Hudson Valley area of New York City are $13.25. That's why I generally recommend, if you're going to buy, maybe get 2 copies. Ebooks are a blessing for the blind. Reader John, absolutely agree. Nicephorus the leper, a saint. I just, let me just see, because now you're making me question myself here. Nicephorus the leper, because every time somebody asks a question like that, I have to say, which one are we talking about? Let me see here. Okay. He reposed in 1964. I would be more inclined to ask someone in the Greek church on that one. Not sure. And let's see here. Some asked Father Bless. God bless you. Father and Holy Spirit. Okay, Taylor Harden says, I just bought it too. Thanks. Yeah, there are Western Rite books on sale for $5. Also, for those wondering about Typica, it's if you want to do the tradition, the Eastern Typica, they have one for $2 they're trying to get rid of. Clearly, they thought they were going to do a big missionary thing that maybe it didn't pan out. Well, their loss is our gain. Hold on. Welcome, Father Boniface.
So you're going to have to turn that down. It'll have back talk.
Turn what down? Am I back talking?
No. I talked to delete that. I was talking to Daniel.
Oh, okay. You were talking to Daniel?
Yeah, because he had his phone on, and I'm on now with my microphone, and it would have created back talk, echo, etc.
Oh, I see what you were saying. Okay, well, we have a donation from Daniel Langlois for $20. Thank you for your help and support of the channel. We really appreciate it. What years before 2007 did ROCOR break communion with the other major patriarchates and other smaller autocephalous churches? Okay, those are 2 very different questions. If we're talking about the major patriarchates, what we would have to say is that with Constantinople, that was, I believe, a given after 1969. Alexandria, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, that was earlier because of the situation with the Moscow Patriarchate, even though they maintained limited communion by celebrating on the Antimens of the JP, but they weren't officially in communion. Antioch, I would have to double check on that one. My guess would be around probably closer to 1950, but there was also the schism in the U.S., so I don't know how they regarded that. Alexandria, I think that was pretty early on. The other smaller autocephalous churches, etc., didn't exist for the most part. Like the Church of Poland or the Church of the Czech lands or the Albanians. These were all created well after. They were all created like after the 1920s and onward. So they for all intents and purposes, they were just new churches Constantinople was creating. From that to that end, they weren't really part of the original traditional communion that existed before 1920. They weren't. They were usually subordinate to other churches, whether it be the Greek or the Russian churches. So that would be my answer. It's a two-part question. With the patriarchate, with the major patriarchates, it's obviously more defined. With the other smaller groups, as far as ROCOR or the True Orthodox were concerned, they didn't exist. Let me see here. It looks like someone asked a question about baptism. A few replies back that you missed, Father. Fair enough. Oh, and Father Antonio says their Western Rite book is on sale for $5. Yeah, you don't want that. Don't waste your money on that. Let me see here. Someone had a question on baptism. Okay, here we go. Jeremy says, can you explain why Orthodox teach baptism by triple immersion? I was told by a high church Protestant that the biblical. Okay, there's echo coming in now. Hold on, Father. Yeah,
Got
I
it
was
in
told by
control.
a high church Protestant. Okay. I was told by a high church Protestant that the biblical and apostolic teaching is baptism through pouring, sprinkling from above. Your high church Protestant friend lied to you. Maybe not intentionally, but I'm going to explain that. These words are used in the Bible with connection to entrance into communion with God. Having sins forgiven, Old Testament baptisms were from above. Baptism of the Holy Spirit was poured out. Our hearts are sprinkled clean. Isaiah says the nations will be sprinkled. Baptism means granted initiation through cleansing. If you're familiar with these arguments, I'd appreciate the Orthodox response. The Orthodox response is that such arguments are specious. Yes, Isaiah says the nations will be sprinkled. And I have nothing against sprinkling things with holy water. That is something that exists in Orthodoxy. However, the term baptize comes from the Greek baptizein, which literally means to immerse. So the idea that you can kind of construct together things from references to sprinkling is a specious argument. The apostles immersed 3 times. They buried in the name, in the name and in the death of the Lord, in the name of the Trinity. The baptism represents your burial, your dying to the world, and 3 times represents the rising on the 3rd day with Christ. That symbolism is completely lost when you start mixing and matching things from the Bible to accommodate what your teaching is. Okay, we have someone who is coming in. It looks like you need to connect your microphone and camera. So until you do that, you gotta do that first. So I hope that answers your question. But the basic Orthodox response is that's absolutely untrue. And as a matter of fact, if you look in the Didache, you can see it actually starts by saying you should baptize in living water. That means moving water, like a river or a stream. And if you don't have that, then you can baptize in still water, which means a font. And if you don't have that in an emergency, you can pour all over the body, but never a sprinkling mentioned until Roman Catholics started doing that in the 12th century. Alexander, I see you trying to get in, but without a mic or a. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Welcome.
Can you hear me, Father?
Yep, can hear you.
Oh, that's amazing. I didn't know I can actually connect. So I just right now learned about the True Orthodox Church. I live in the Czech Republic. I've been baptized 3 months ago on Mount Athos.
You broke up. I heard you live.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah.
Okay, you're breaking up a little, but we're here when you don't listen. Let me see here.
Yes.
Okay, where did you say you were?
The Czech Republic.
Okay.
Yeah, and so of course I'm in like a World Orthodox Church. Been baptized a while ago. Had no idea about you guys existing, and
well,
I have a
if you were
pretty
baptized,
big. Yes.
Oh, please go ahead.
Of course. I just have a big devotion to Father Seraphim Rose. He pretty much got me into Orthodoxy. And so I wanted to ask about just the details of what was he true Orthodox? Because some of the quotes I see from him are they sound pretty much like you. So that's my question.
I missed part of what you said. But I will get to the. I will say this: that Father Seraphim is regarded pretty highly in true Orthodoxy. They had to change his writings after his death to hide us, and I know on the ROCOR Gafungal, they just, I think, they glorified him as saint. And there were other Russian true Orthodox who were also going to glorify him as saint as well, and probably will. So I wouldn't be surprised there. So yeah, that's what I would say. George K. with a gift of $20 to the channel. Thank you. That's what keeps this channel going. So thank you so much for your assistance. And Christ is born. Glorify him. It is early, but we're almost there. Let me see here. So I hope that answers the question on Father Seraphim Rose. I do know that there are true Orthodox churches in the Czech Republic. So you have to do some digging. I know that we have a bishop there, and there's a parish there. Another, so I would say just look around. I think you'll be able to find someone.
Yes, I believe there are. Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry if I'm taking up too much time, but I know there are like 3 parishes here. But I just had one more question regarding the way that the true Orthodox. Yes. Hello.
It's not that I can't. You're like breaking up so much that I'm only catching a few words.
Oh, okay. I'll try to fix it.
I'm catching everything.
You are? What did he ask, if you could?
Oh, he'd have to repeat it. I'm busy doing some stuff.
Okay. So if I could just repeat it. My question is, the way that we should separate from heretical hierarchy, how should we exactly do it? Because I know, for example, during the council with Nestorius also attended, if I'm not wrong, right? So if we wanted to have a synod now to condemn ecumenism as the full church, will we also have to invite the heretical patriarchs and bishops, or not? How does this work?
No, I don't think. No, well, to be in the case of Nestorius, you're talking about a schism that was about a year and a half old. So yeah, the actual active part of the schism was only a few months. So yeah, what you're referring to when you're talking about a greater estrangement like that, no, it's not necessary. The Orthodox held councils without the papacy, for example. It would not be necessary for that to happen. It's just a matter of the true Orthodox gathering, which many true Orthodox have already done that in a conciliar fashion, and it's just a question of working out the documentations in many cases that it is a real issue. Like we're not going to be like, hear ye to the Patriarch of Alexandria. It's clear that they're committed to ecumenism. There are true Orthodox already moving in the Alexandrian Patriarchate's supposed jurisdiction, which was only recently given to him. The Moscow Patriarchate's moving in there too. So no, it's not strictly necessary that we have to invite heretics to a council, especially 100 years after the fact, because they're open about it. So it's not necessary. Excuse me. Yes, and so yeah, unfortunately, it's my connection. Apparently, Alexander, not apparently people on the chat hear you fine. So I don't know if there's a way to optimize this. I mean, I can try to take myself out for a second and put myself back, and hopefully that works. Give me just a second. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so I hope was there another question that you had, by the way?
No, that's pretty well. Maybe still back in the day, for example, if someone was in communion with Nestorius, then before the council, did the people that were in communion with Nestorius already deemed, I would say, without grace?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a very good question, because it's not one that's often people use the example of Nestorius as a way of saying that the World Orthodox are uncondemned. But that's not actually what happened. Many fled Nestorius immediately after his proclamation of heresy and began setting up house churches, including priests and lay people. They did the whole moving out, and St. Cyril and others assisted them. And it was the Third Ecumenical Council that actually vindicates those people who had separated from Nestorius early and condemns those who stayed with Nestorius.
Oh, thanks for that. Because I keep hearing people like Peter here say that we need to wait for a council. But the thing is, you probably need to flee the heresy before the council happens, right? So
yeah, that's correct. And it's 100 years after the fact. So it's silly to even try to use that wait for a council business. They have no intention of changing anything. That's like asking, the Roman Catholics if you could hold a council to condemn yourselves for the Filioque. It's not going to happen.
Okay, and my final question, Father, would be if, for example, over time I would move to America, let's say. I know there are like 2 GOC churches. I have no idea about that, but does it matter which one a person joins, as long as it's true Orthodox?
From my perspective, it doesn't matter, and I know that in the Czech Republic there was some confusion about that. I'm not happy about how that turned out, but from my perspective, either one is fine.
Okay, thank you for your answers. Goodbye.
No
God
problem.
Bless.
Have a great nativity. Okay, so let me try to catch up because I had to kick myself out in order to get the audio to improve. Let me see here. And so let me see. I don't know if I followed this up here. You said the biggest argument I'm hearing is the word baptized means immersion, but basically the argument is words have meaning and context, and the biblical context defines the word as sprinkling poor. No, that's just a lie. Everyone was using immersion for, the first 10 centuries of the church, except in emergencies. It's just not true. The baptistries that we even still have records of, or even still exist today from before the schism, were large enough for adults. It's dishonest to say that. Jean, good evening. Let me see here. Father, if I were to convert from world orthodoxy to true orthodoxy, how would the process look like? Would I have to be a catechumen again? Well, they would read the catechetical prayers over you, but it might be done in the context of your reception. I don't know how you were baptized. If you were baptized by triple immersion, in say the Greek Archdiocese or the Russian Orthodox, the Russian Synod that's with the Moscow Patriarchate, most likely they would just chrismate you. Marble King disrupting the connection, ha ha ha. Let me see here, and let's see here. Okay, Daniel and Saba are saying hello to each other. That's good. I know that everyone kind of knows Father Boniface because
Benedicite. I wanted to add, when the person asked a question about Becket, and I know you had a lot of conversation later. I didn't really want to interrupt that.
Oh,
but
please!
I could give you a little bio on that. Was that the problem with Becket was that he was made bishop. He wasn't really a man of great conviction before that, but when he became a bishop, he took it seriously, and so he really started to get down on his faith and be serious about it. And so then Henry II, and this is typical church-state relations. Henry II wanted to run the bishop, and he wanted to have the bishop ordain the priest that he approved of. It's typical state manipulation of the church, the state wanting to control the church. So typical. And so Becket was opposing Henry II on various issues. And so then one day, Henry II said, "Who will rid me of this troublesome priest?" And he had 4 of his knights who heard him say that. And so that's when they went into the cathedral and slew Becket at the altar. And so that's why in, let's say, the Canterbury Tales, they're doing pilgrimages to his shrine. And so the issue also was the constitutions of Clarendon, where the king wrote out what he wanted the bishop to do according to his orders. And so Becket refused. And the interesting story about Becket is that he did fudge at times, knowing that his life was in danger. He did compromise, but then he decided, oops, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to re-up my faith and take courage. And he met with Henry II on horseback on one of the sandy shores, I think it was, of France. And then he just told Henry II, I'm not budging. And so then, where he moved back to England and things like that, but anyway, so he was slain. And the Henry II was ordered to, when the Pope found out, he was ordered to repent, and he did. So he was granted absolution. But the problem is that the dictates of that Constitution of Clarendon were never really eradicated. The state still gained a certain amount of control over the church.
But Father, if I may interrupt, and I'm going to be, to be quite direct on this, a lot of that history that you see in the early 12th century has been heavily slanted in favor of the papal position and papal saints. I have not researched the issue too carefully, but I am definitely not convinced from anyone in that period that the bishops, especially when they were operating with papal mandate, were on the up and up with things. The simple reality is what started the issues with Hildebrand in 1080 sound exactly like what happened with Thomas Becket. And originally, Hildebrand, according to Roman Catholic mythology, is some sort of hero, when in fact he destroyed the church in the West. So that I'm not convinced. And I'm just saying that's just me, but it would not be surprising if they put a pro-Roman bishop spin on it, and it made Henry II look poor in the process.
Right. Well, for me, I guess the big principle was the state trying to run the church. And so granted that Becket is involved in the compromise with Rome and all the heresy there, I think my main focus was that it's a typical state running the church. And with Hildebrand, it's a lot of the same things.
But he made the exact same he made the exact same accusation, and what he really wanted was power over the state.
Huh. Right. Okay, so then
let me see here.
Okay.
All right. Recon Keys to Orthodox. Okay, Recon says I was triple immersion ROCOR. You'd probably just be chrismated. Is your video with Redeem Zoomer a debate or more so a conversation? That one is probably going to be more so a conversation, at least I think. Orthodox Traditionalist Publications, Becket from the East India Trading Company. No, Thomas Becket, 12th century Bishop of England. Jeem says, be back in a moment. Old man is calling. Reconquista for $5. Thank you for supporting the channel. Once again, we need you to keep the lights on. My friend's World Orthodox priest married him to a Catholic. How do I tell him he's not really married according to the church? Well, if your friend is World Orthodox and he's married to a Catholic, neither of them are in the church, so maybe don't tell them anything about their marriage. The simple reality is, unless they're both coming to true Orthodoxy, it's not your business. I never understood this interest people have in other people's marriages. Like if the person's not true Orthodox, and we would never permit a marriage with a Roman Catholic, then why it's not our issue. Like, so it shouldn't be your issue. Let me see here. Black Orthodox says always got to re-up the faith. He's the one with the Jewish doctor as well. Okay, how do you know about his? Okay, I don't want to know. The point is, it's not your job to tell him not to go to Jewish doctors. It's not your job to tell him that he's not canonically married. your job is to tell them about Orthodoxy. But if you're still considering true Orthodoxy, maybe not talk about it till you've made a decision. Reader John says, wasn't there a lot of tension between the Anglo-Saxons and the Normans at the time as well? Yes, there was. Father, Father, are you still there? I don't know. Father Boniface?
I'm here. I muted myself for a minute.
Oh, okay. Did you have any comments on this? That there were a lot of tensions between the Anglo-Saxons and the Normans as well?
No, I didn't. I'm basically probably commenting on my previous background with not really integrating the conflict that Rome wanted to control everybody. So then you're exactly right. But as far as those issues go, well, it's a little bit past Hastings, isn't it?
Yeah,
I forget Becket's dates. That's
true. The Norman invasion was in 1066, so this would have been like 40 years later. Let's see here. The No Pass Look says, which debate of yours did you find to be the most challenging and why? I would probably say, and unfortunately, I don't have that one actually on video. I wanted to get it a few years ago because it was on Matt Slick's channel, but there was a series of debates I had with Matt Slick on his channel, in like 20 to 30 minute increments over a period of like 5 weeks. And while by the end of it, I was pretty confident that I understood him, when I came in, I had no idea what I was doing. I had never dealt with a Calvinist, didn't know what he was going to say, and actually jumped in because I was just looking for something to watch on YouTube, and I thought he was treating someone badly with his biblical knowledge, so I decided to jump in and argue with him. But he was an interesting person. It ended with me sending him a copy of the Rudder. But outside of that, I guess the debates that I find most challenging are the ones where I have no idea what's going to happen. Other than that, it's a matter of being prepared. And Black Ortho Acolyte says, yeah, in my opinion, those details don't matter in isolation if someone isn't even interested in the church. Absolutely. Recklin Keys says, in 2 weeks, I'm going to visit Father Theodoros of Clearwater. I did a Zoom meeting, and it was pretty amazing. He was going over the Beatitudes. Father Joseph laid the smackdown on his candy. I'm not sure. Are you talking about the Matt Slick thing, or I have no idea what you're referring to. But in any case, I'm glad to hear that, and hopefully, Father Theodoros helps you, helps resolve the ecclesiastical issue, and you're in communion with the church, etc. Also, I should mention Father Boniface probably isn't too far from you either if you're able to get to Clearwater, so you can say hi. Let's see here. You've got kind of like you're like kind of like the Kennedy Airport of true Orthodoxy at this point. You just have people coming in from all over. I'm going to go in the spring. I wanted to go this, I wanted to be there now, but unfortunately that didn't work out. But I'm starting to see that there may have been a reason for that because everything seems to be falling into place very differently. So let's take a look here. Let's see here. Once again, a reminder. So first off, I want to say thanks for those who assisted, but I do want to point out that yes, it's the beginning of the year. Not only that, it is, we're a day before Nativity, and we work to keep the lights on. I should mention, we do want to cover the costs for the cafe. I know that is, I believe that's going to be around $150. And so, we have a lot of internal costs here as well, between maintaining the websites, etc. I just got billed by the AI company I used for making clips. So the bad news is I wasn't expecting that bill. So I went from $30 in my account to $0. But the good news is that means I'll have more clips for you next week in the shorts. So let me see here. Sava says Father Boniface is worth visiting. Recklin Keys to ask, what is the cafe? The cafe is the Eufrosinos Cafe. Occasionally, you may have seen it on stream. Excuse me, I've got that garlic coming up, and let me just, again, it's eufrosinoscafe.com. I can even show you guys what it is. We've been back online and active for the past year. And it has been a pretty wild ride. It is a web forum of the olden type, but it also has modern chat capabilities. It has a few different awesome features, but most importantly, it has over 20 years of documentation and information about true Orthodoxy, and sometimes even the what's the word I'm looking for, the strangeness itself. This is my profile page. This is what the main page looks like. There's a chat, and there's people asking constant questions and people trying to spam. So it is kind of a little bit of awesome. Zelotis says, "Your blessings, Father Joseph. May God bless you. In the name of the Father, and the Holy Spirit, amen." But yeah, take a look. It is kind of awesome. I'm going to put this here. Let me see here. And yeah, we have, sometimes we'll do live, take live questions from the cafe chat. I consider it part of the NFTU network. I help out with this occasionally. I don't know if there's going to be anything in the chat today. Okay, yeah, no, this is all comments on the latest posts, so I took care of those. But in any case, that is there, and so there's just a lot of resources. There used to be a lot more when the cafe was around originally. But let me see here. Okay, let me see here. Okay, and I'm creating a new banner because I had to delete all my banners after the horror stream. If you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link at the top of the chat. Let me see here. So again, the cafe is one of the easiest ways to learn about recent true Orthodox history. It was inactive from 2021 to 2023, but it has information going back to 2002, 2003, and you can actually see a lot of the back and forth and discussions between different true Orthodox groups. Let me see. Black Orthodox, thank you for your donation for supporting the channel for $5. Says, keep the lights on, Father. If you were to suggest one old calendar monastery to visit in the USA, which one would it be? Wow, that's a tough question. Of course, the first thing I'm going to suggest is, where my bishops are, the Abbey of the Holy Name. But in reality, there aren't too many monks there. If you wanted to see the most active monastery, most likely, I would probably Jean. Okay, welcome. I would probably recommend Kobolsko. It's a beautiful monastery. It's huge, and you can, get to know people. Get to see a monastery in action. If you've never been to a monastery, especially. Jean, welcome. What's your question?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, but apparently my connection is garbage. So if it starts breaking up for me and everyone hears it, I'll understand.
All right. Is this kind of open floor? Can I ask anything, or are we pertaining to a couple of select topics?
Nope. There are no. This is anything goes. That's how this show always works.
Okay, so as
long as it's about Orthodoxy.
Yeah. This is about true Orthodoxy. Also about the official stances of the Greek Church. So I was just curious because I had mentioned this man before on my channel a couple times, and you had some comments about him as well. And I also saw you posted an article or a book by Vladimir Moss on your website. What's your overall stance on the historiography of Father John Romanides? What is he wrong at? Is his entire thesis wrong? What's the deal with that?
Did you? Okay, I will admit that it kind of started doing the whole accelerated chat. Did you say John Romanides?
Yeah.
Okay. It's pretty simple. I kind of hold to what Moss holds to in his Against Romanides book. Unfortunately, I looked up his citations to make sure in Romanides, and he's not wrong. Romanides, unfortunately, had a lot of weird ideas, and not simply in the issue, not just like the aliens, but things in spirituality where he tried to over quote unquote scientize them and began making nonsense statements. He held to a kind of a view that was almost pro-Monophysite. He's more sympathetic to the Monophysites than to St. Leo, who he almost treats as a semi-heretic. It unfortunately that pattern continues with the Franks, who he basically accuses of kind of trying to destroy Orthodoxy, when in reality, none of that's true. There were a lot of Orthodox Franks, and there were different groups of Franks, and there were Orthodox among them, and they fought with each other. His presentation sounded good to a Greek populace that had been dealing with a lot. Not just talking about the Turkish invasion, but just dealing with the juntas, the governmental changes, etc., the chaos. I don't want to oversimplify him, but I feel like he contorted history for the sake of trying to juice up Greek nationalism. And that said, he was a very effective orator and writer to that end. Many people, including true Orthodox, in the 80s, thought he was like a national hero. But you can't be a national hero when you base all your arguments on lies.
Right. So thank you for that. I did want to just kind of ask a follow-up to that really quick. So you mentioned the Franks.
Sure.
And that's one of the things I did want to kind of zoom in on, because that's one of the parts of history I'm trying to study, but there's just so many different answers and debates about this topic. So he likes to characterize the Franks as being, like these savage barbarians that drank blood and introduced all these weird things and corrupted Orthodoxy. Obviously, would you say that those are wrong stereotypes?
I would say that they're extremely inaccurate and overblown. The pagan Franks, while they were extremely problematic and had their biggest problems were with things like marriages, once they converted to Christianity, that was much different. They were real Orthodox Christians with many saints. And the idea that he presented them as these monsters out to destroy the Romans it's just ludicrous. It's one of the most horrifying. It's funny because I saw this. I was educated on this by Bishop Enoch on this channel, where I had one of the most damning quotes that he loves to use is talking about how there was, I think it was Liutpend of Cremona, basically saying there's nothing we hate more than the name Roman. It's horrifying, and like Romanides puts this all over the place in many of his essays. But Bishop Enoch actually found the history that's quoting from, and you find that basically the court at Constantinople had treated Liutpend and another messenger. They came as guests, but they basically were treated like garbage, and I think they weren't even fed for like 3 days. Like, it was just like really bad, and it was mocking them, and it was mocking them specifically, not the entire Frankish nation. But then they asked, "What do you think of Romans now?" And that's when he says this, and that's not even all he says. He starts complaining about the food. He starts complaining about once you see it in context, you realize that Romanides turned a bad Yelp review into like this declaration of hatred towards the Romans, that it wasn't real.
Awesome. Thank you very much for answering those questions. I'm going to hop off the VC now, but I will be watching.
No problem. Welcome. It was great to have you on. God bless you, and happy Nativity.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, that was great. Nice to see Gene. Let's see. Let's get back to the questions. And again, if you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link at the top of the chat. Let me see here. Reader John says, have you decided what you and Father John are discussing on the stream coming up on Friday? Actually, that's been in the description the whole time. The only difference is that I did ask for opening statements, and we agreed on opening statements. But I can actually just put that on screen, and I can show you the topics right now. Give me a moment. Okay. And just have to go here. Live's coming up. And this one. So I'm going to share this. Or is it already sharing? Let me see. Yep, it's already sharing. So, if you look in the description section, and I'm going to try to see if I can make that bigger. Oh, well. Okay, let me try this. Let me see. Okay, I can't do anything about that. But let me see if I can. All right, so the topics are going to be KGB, FSB involvement in insurgentism versus Peter the Great's reforms. Is ROCOR getting more liberal due to MP influence? The WCC. Political motivations for union between ROCOR and the Moscow Patriarchate. Is global orthodoxy graceless? New calendar saints, old calendar saints, ROCOR and AFMA, the fragmented nature of true orthodoxy, tangential communion prior to 2000, conciliarity and the adoption of the new calendar in 1924, even though really it was actually, 1924 for Greece. Intercommunion between Alexandria, Antioch, and the Monophysites. So those are going to be the main topics that we see discussed. And so it's probably going to be more of a bullet thing. Oh, wait. Hello. Ryan, you're on the air. How can I help you?
Hi. I hope you're doing well. I just had a question about rebellion against the state. When is it justified? Under what circumstances?
What do you mean by rebellion against the state?
But perhaps, if you see something that's unjust and you withhold from paying taxes or something like that. I'm not talking about maybe about sometimes civil disobedience, but I just wanted to know on a practical level how you discern these types of things.
Well, I mean, I don't want to sound cliche, but we live in a society. And what I mean by that is, if we're talking about paying taxes, I mean, that was something that they asked our Lord. And he said, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's and render unto God that which is God's. So there is a tendency that we have to fight that which is unjust, and we have to stand up in the face of things that are morally outrageous. A good example of this would be, say, an abortion clinic and the amount of evil that occurs. However, I don't think that's carte blanche to, say, I'll do what I want in regards to the government. The church doesn't command that. And we shouldn't have that sort of mentality. The assumption that the state is, by its nature, evil is a mistake, because, frankly, we've had Orthodox governments before. We've had Orthodox lands before, and we may have them again in the future. The desire for revolution often masks something deeper at hand. So I would ask, what is the real motivation to the question? Hello?
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes. Did that help?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
Okay.
Well, did you have any other questions you wanted to ask?
No, I think that's it. Yeah, that was basically it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And, God bless you and have a great nativity.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see here. What are we up to? Reconquista. Is there 2 Orthodox in Latin America? Yes, a number of them. Actually in at least 4 countries. So quite a few. Let me see here. Never been to one. Thanks for the suggestion. No problem. Reconquista, yes, there's a map on my website. That's true. And Archbishop Irenaeus also takes care of Latin American parishes in Colombia and Venezuela. Are we discussing spinal fluids again? No, Father Antonios. Hopefully, God willing, we never do that again. What is your thoughts on athletes taking stem cells? There's a variety of stem cell technologies, some of which allow you to store your own stem cells. If these are coming from like aborted fetuses, then no, obviously that's morally unethical. But if they're your own collected stem cells, say like placenta cells, etc., I mean, that's what they were stored for. So I don't see any issue of putting your own stuff back inside you. Yep. And Sava says, yes, if you contact Archbishop Irenaeus in Texas, these are some parishes in Colombia, yes. Didn't people in Hockna eventually really like Father Romanides, or was that just Father Pantaleimon? No, that was part of the. He was pretty big in Hockna. And so, yeah, but eventually they decided that he just wasn't heretical enough. And so they added him Yugoslavia. And then when that wasn't, I guess, enough, then they added the awake sleeper doctrine that even if you die, you get another chance after death. So, yeah, unfortunately, let me see here. John Svenlin says, Father bless, God bless you. I may or may not celebrate Christmas alone this year. Do you have any advice for being properly merry when celebrating feast days alone, besides chanting the services, of course? Yes. Be joyful about it. If you can't be near, if you're not near any other true Orthodox Christians, I'd say watch the services first off. And, obviously it's a release from the fast. The fast was difficult. Go get yourself some of your favorite non-fasting foods. Go to town. I mean, don't get gluttonous, but the point is, don't suffer and eat a pea and be like, I'm alone. No, make a ham sandwich. Enjoy what you have. Enjoy the nature of the feast. Enjoy spiritual reading, and enjoy the release from the fast. It's okay to be happy about that too. Let me see here. Okay, in response to the argument that Jesus was buried and we were buried into his death, he said Jesus was not buried downwards, but placed in a tomb. We were baptized to share his rep. Okay. Can you, is your friend writing you now? Because we're doing a live call-in. He could just call in. Just ask, give him the link. Just say, here, talk to, I mean, we'd be glad to talk to him. Rather than, what's the general true Orthodox view on modern Russia? Well, it depends on who you're talking to, but I assume you mean true Orthodox Russians. I would say that, it's a modern state. It's certainly not worse than the Soviet state, but in some ways it's not really much better. They're still patriotic to their land, but that doesn't mean they don't criticize. They're not critical of the government, but say, for example, with the war effort, that's considered a national concern. Many true Orthodox, obviously, are not happy about the war, but I would say that just reflects the reality of Russians in general who aren't happy about the war, but they still think it needs to be done. Again, it's just, I would say the general true Orthodox view on modern Russia is closer to how Americans view America than anything else. They see it as their land, they see it as their country, they see it as having a history. They love the cathedrals, they're happy about being Orthodox and seeing all these churches, but at the same time, they also know the reality that the land and the people are not fully Orthodox, not even that much anymore. They're probably disturbed by the incursions of Islam, which has been growing in Russia. And so ultimately, I would say that, they're not completely doomery or anything. They're happy, they're happy where they live, but at the same time, they don't, they see it in a sober sense. They're not sitting around pretending that Holy Rus has returned, because that's not true, and they can see that with their own eyes. Yeah, blessed tax evasion. Exactly. Sava says, Father, I have a question. It might have been missed about whether or not it's canonical for clergy to be lawyers. There's no canonical question about that. There have been many, for lack of better, lawyers in Orthodox clerical history. That's a field in its own. Canon law is a field where people take up canonical precedent and go through that history. So yeah, I would say that it's not uncanonical for a clergy to be a lawyer. I know that I know multiple clergy who are lawyers. I would think that there's not necessarily anything wrong there, but I think you'd have to be more specific as to what you think is prohibited. Evangelo says, Jeremy, there's a reason St. John baptized in a river. The Essenes also baptized by immersion, as do Hasidic Jews in the mikvah. All early fonts are deep. Absolutely true. But I feel like he's getting responses from somebody in real time. I would love to have that person just pop on and talk to us. So, Jeremy, if your friend is not averse to it, we'd love to have him on. Let me see here. John Svenlo says, Jeremy, the Acts baptism by sprinkling is not mentioned. That's correct. John says, Swedish Christmas food is great. It is absolutely. It is. I'm not too familiar with Swedish cuisine, but I've seen some things that look very tasty. Sava says, Polish Christmas food is still a favorite. I remember having that every year when I lived in Detroit. Yes, I would say I've tasted some good Polish food. Chaldean Christmas food wasn't bad either. I have no idea. I guess I can ask Elijah when I have that discussion with him about that. I just assume it's kind of Levantine or something like that, or Arabic. I have noticed an uptick in videos about UFOs. Can you talk about the Orthodox approach towards such matters? Yes. The first word I would use is skepticism. Unfortunately, while we can have a sober outlook on it, we can ask questions. Are these things demonic? Are they secret technological advances, etc.? There are a lot of people who have lost faith in God to some degree, or choose to ignore him, or despise him, or have joined Reddit. And the point is, they want the aliens of the science fiction worlds to be real. That's all. It's almost like waiting for Superman, or waiting. It's just it's ridiculous. But unfortunately, that is a reality that you're going to be dealing with, especially with a lot of these shows and a lot of these videos. They want something to be more real than it is. And I've seen cases where people will make massive deals about aliens, and then when you get to it, it's like some blip on the screen that could have been an airplane. Because they want to believe in, Mork and Mindy and Star Trek and so on and so forth. It has nothing to do with whether that matches reality. As Orthodox Christians, we're called to be sober, we're called to be skeptical, and we're called to analyze. Is this possibly demonic? A lot of the times it's not. It's man-made, and it's pretty obviously man-made. Okay, Jeremy says, thank you, Father, and everyone, for answers to my questions regarding baptism. He and I have been having this discussion slowly over text for many months, not right at this moment. Oh, okay, well, that's fine. I think that, the answer is given. Unfortunately, if he truly believes, if he's a sola scriptura Protestant, he's going, I'm not to overgeneralize, but I know that in some cases, they'll take their reading, because you found sprinkling here, and here in the concordance, as more valid proof than what the early church did. It's problematic, but yeah, that is sometimes the case. Let's see. Reason I asked about the stance on Russia is because most Orthodox in Eastern Europe are very pro-Putin, not seeing the vax mandates and other antichrist stuff. I get hate for being born American. Yeah. Now, I'm not sure how I feel about that statement, because in the first place, while most Orthodox in Eastern Europe are to some degree pro-Putin, they also have their own kind of, each country will have its own kind of agendas. Russia pushed the vax just as hard as America did. They had mask mandates. They had, they had things. Now they have biometric like checkers for kids going into school thanks to COVID. They tried to introduce like full biometric scanning on the Russian populace, and the Russian populace, of course, having lived through communism, simply found ways to ignore it, put on fake QR codes, things like this. So yeah, they may have been like skeptical about things like the vax, and they may have reacted accordingly to it. But what the media won't tell you is that that is a product of being naturally skeptical. And they're not, no, I should say, skepticism developed from living in a communist country. As one person put it, I know I was shocked when I first lived in Russia. I first moved there, and I saw someone talking about he was talking about like encrypting a flash drive, and I was like, wow, you guys take security really seriously here. And he said, when you have freedom and you didn't have freedom before, you work a lot harder to keep it. That's a sobering lesson I think many Americans should listen to today, because as our freedoms are eroded, we need to take measures to protect ourselves. Let me see here. Recon Keys says, there's a lot of Russians in Miami. They usually only speak Russian and don't learn English. That's true in a lot of places in America, unfortunately. But yeah, that is true, and I am aware of that. Atomic Lead says, Merry Real Christmas Eve, everyone. Merry Real Christmas Eve to you too. Conquista says, aliens are gay demons. They always... Okay, I'm not reading that. Daniel Longley says, who is the priest that chrismated Father Seraphim Rose? I'm not sure. I thought he was received by St. John of Shanghai, but I could be wrong. OTP says, someone say my name. Not that I'm aware of, but maybe they did. Reader John, Morkamini, Nanu. Atomic Lead says, Dr. Reader Vladimir Moss outright said Putin is the closest thing to Julian the Apostate. I think that's a little harsh. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I really want to compare Putin to Julian the Apostate. Like, Putin is not a great leader, but Julian the Apostate, the dude who tried to rebuild the temple. I think occasionally Dr. Moss is prone to hyperbole, and I think that's just too far. I'm not saying Putin's a great president or anything like that, but Julian the Apostate is a legendary figure in Christianity for how horrible he was. You may as well have just compared him to Nero. Let me see here. John says, this reminds me of when I and some guys from my old MP parish went to the Holy Mountain. Some SpaceX things flew overhead, and we were like, what? Aliens aren't real, but like funny in retrospect. Yeah, but that's made by man, though. That's what I have to say. Evangelos says, Putin is not Orthodox. Watch his interview with Tucker. I agree. And Alexander Dolezal says, yes, I agree. That's what I meant. Russian COVID measures were worse than ours, but the COVID resistance in Czechia became Russian supporters overnight. Well played, Kremlin, LOL. Yeah, that I think is probably, it's true in America though too. If you look at a lot of the guys that are involved in the Ortho-Bro movements, they treat Russia like it's like, some sort of Orthodox fantasy land. It's not even Holy Roost to them. It's something stranger. And these people, these people in the Kremlin are pretty much just as statist and awful as a slightly more conservative democratic government from the 80s or 90s. A good answer to the one Orthodox patriarchate staying in communion with Roman Catholics. I would have to know the specifics of that, which case you're talking about, because oftentimes it wasn't as clear cut as some Orthodox patriarch being like, I'm staying with the Roman Catholics. It was usually just like a clerical error in the diptychs or something like that. Atomic Lead says, I agree, Father. I thought that was more than a little harsh. Yeah, Yeah, that's a little harsh. But then again, as much as I love the writings historically of Dr. Moss, he is an older gentleman still, and he does take the TV seriously. He was convinced that Trump is Putin's tool, which, that's like literally what the television says, but I don't believe that. Julian the Apostate is more comparable to Benjamin Netanyahu. That's closer. Yeah, it's definitely closer than Putin. Sunrise's Metropolitan Publishing Historia has a video talking about UFOs and aliens. I assume he thinks they're demonic, because they're probably not. Monster Reader says, Father, is your diocese in communion with the GOC under Metropolitan Demetrius? No, we are not. I have a lot of respect for a lot of people in their diocese, but I am not. I am under Metropolitan John of New York and New Jersey. Let me see here. So once again, I'm just going to put this up, that if you could support the channel, we could use your help. Support us by subscribing or donating at nftu.net on Give, Send, Go, or on Odyssey. Again, if you go to nftu.net, you can do a donation with PayPal, Cash App, or crypto, Bitcoin, Litecoin, or Monero. I have not gotten to Ripple yet, but if enough people say that they want me to put on some Ripple, I will put on some Ripple so that you can trade with me. I have no idea how I'll use it, but because I have no idea how that works. Okay, let me just see here. Ripple Ledger. Okay, I don't know. Interesting. I'll have to figure that one out. But otherwise, you keep saying that Orthodox Traditions Publications. Okay, I'll make you a deal. If I set up a wallet right now, will you send me some money? And like more than $1, because we're pretty broke. So anyway, Sunrise says, I don't remember the video, but I think you are right, Father. UFO alien obsession is quite disturbing, to say the least. It's an idol to some people. It absolutely is. That is what, I hate to say it, but that's the real demonic issue with it, is that people desperately want to believe something that is not true, patently not true. Let's see here. Sawas, as they did, Saint Tikhon of Belavan, who later became the Patriarch of Moscow, was the Archbishop of America, translated Divine Liturgy in English. He served the first Divine Liturgy in English as well. Okay, yeah, well, that's where the Hapgood book comes from. In any case, so that's, there were some other translations of things that were happening. Trying to think here, because you have the Shan translation, for example, of the Trebnik. Yes, Saint Innocent of Alaska did translate the liturgy and many books into several languages, including Aleut, and the other ones were of other Alaskan tribes. Ripple is backed by the NSA. I know. Me personally, I've always been skeptical of it. But a lot of people really like Ripple, and if they want to donate in Ripple, I'm not going to say no. I just have to figure out how to make it in cash real fast. That way, when the NSA comes, I can just be like, they like your coin. Alexander Dolezal says, I meant the Patriarch of Antioch, how it maintained communion with Rome until the early 14th century, supposedly. Is this a good argument of the World Orthodox? It did not maintain communion with Rome until the 14th century. That's a flat-out lie. There are a number of documents where they were represented throughout history after the 11th century that's made up, and they're not telling the truth. So no, it's a bad argument. And the best thing you can do to a bad argument, Alexander, if they bring it up, is to just say, can you show your sources? And magically they'll be Roman Catholic sources. Saint Innocent is essentially the only reason why the Aleut language survived past the 19th century, as there were no writings in their language prior to his work. That is correct. The works that he did were the first versions of written language for the native peoples there. Jeremy, so why is English liturgy so rare, at least in my experience? I think some of it has to do with fear, and I don't mean it's not a bad fear. What it comes down to is if you know that there are part of your parish, even a large part or mid-sized part of your parish, who haven't learned English, older people, etc., You don't want to take that as church as their language lesson kind of thing. It would be better if there were English classes for immigrants, etc. That would help a lot. But just switching to English can cause alienation for those older people, and you don't want to do that either. But at the same time, you also want to be welcoming to new people and have some services in English, so that basically everyone kind of goes. Some parishes would do mixed languages. I think that that's the best approach because it keeps people from forming factions. So that's what I would say on that, Jeremy. Will Saint Olga ever be canonized by the GOC? If you're referring to the grandmother of Saint Vladimir, I mean, we recognize every canonization. What are we talking about? Hold on. No, okay. Now, Orthodox traditionalist publications. No, she's not a saint. Who is the Saint Olga we're talking about? Because I'm just assuming it's the grandmother of Saint Vladimir. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of English speaking parishes, etc. I have some interesting newly translated material to show about the new calendar that might be helpful in your upcoming debate with Father John. Do you have an email? Yes, I do. If you want to use, the easiest email to use is editor@nftu.net. Okay. Oh, Grandma Olga? Yeah, no, that's never happening. I mean, no. I thought you meant Saint Olga, the grandmother of Saint Vladimir of Kiev, not. Okay, no, not. Yeah, no. Matishka Olga was a nice old priest's wife in the OCA. Like, that's not a thing. Like, yeah, I get it. Where Rita John says they're talking about the Alaskan grandmother. Okay, yeah, no, she was the Metropolia, the OCA went apostate and was with Moscow. I'm sure she was a very nice person, but she wasn't part of the church, and so I'd say no. There's like no logical reason that we would do that. So no. Let's see here. Let me see. Yes, his father says there are a lot of Russians in the U.S. who don't speak English very well. Yep, Archbishop Andre has several persons who speak almost no English whatsoever. Which I mean, I feel my personal view is, and I really do believe this. We have we've deprioritized the learning of the English language in this country to a degree that is borderline absurd. It is absolutely unacceptable when I go to a hospital, and I've been in my share of hospitals in the past year, and there's translation services for 30 different languages. That should not be happening. People need to start making use of translators and need to start learning the language of the country. Or maybe some people are betting that the country won't last forever and they think they'll take over. But let me see here. And so I think Saint Innocent of Alaska did some translations in the work of the Yupik language and mainland Alaskan languages as well. I could be wrong. No, I'm pretty sure he did. You're right. But people saw her in her dreams and she told them to go to church. I mean, again, to me, that's not exactly, I mean, first off, dreams are just they're a questionable subject. The sources of dreams can always be from the self, from God, or from the devil. I'm not saying they're from the devil, but I mean, people with guilty consciences who haven't gone to church remembering her could easily be the explanation of that. Yeah, Orthodox Traditionalist Publication points out part of the Red Soviet Cephalist group, as St. Philip said. He also referred to them as the false Acephalites. And let me see here. Alexander Dolazo says, what's the Orthodox view of the American Revolution or the Confederacy? I'm trying to keep my patriotism, but I know the revolutionary thinking is not quite Orthodox. I'm not sure that there was really an Orthodox view of the American Revolution per se. It's one thing to remember that, outside of the Russian Empire, there were no other Orthodox empires, and because of England's occasional hostility, we lost Father Boniface. He disappeared, but that's okay. Because if he comes back, God willing, yeah. I don't know that I would say that the Russians to some degree really would be the only representative view you could take, and I don't think that they necessarily saw it as negative because they didn't see it as a revolt against an Orthodox empire, because it wasn't a revolt against an Orthodox empire. Reader John says no one talks about that Cleveland Council anymore. Okay, well, that's true. The 1946 Cleveland Sabor. Orthodox Christians Publication says, Reader John, I do. Monster Reader says, at the risk of sounding exclusionary, I agree with the notion of learning at least passable English if you live in the U.S. If I go to Russia, I should speak Russian. Same way with Greece, speak Greece. Yeah, but I agree. I learned Russian when I was in Russia. Alexander, not all revolutionaries were the same. John Adams was basically a royalist in all but name. That's absolutely true. Wait, Father Boniface is coming back. Hold on. Okay, there's Father Boniface. Okay.
Yeah, I'm back.
You had a derby.
Well, yeah. That's why I'm not having my derby now.
All right.
I'm not changed.
All right. Well, that's let me see here. What are your thoughts on this? Alexander's question, because we've got some questions about, what's your view? He says, what's the Orthodox view of the American Revolution or the Confederacy? I'm trying to keep my patriotism, but I know revolutionary thinking is not quite Orthodox. True, but we don't have to be monarchists either. Your thoughts? We could be monarchists.
Well, having been a student of these issues for a long time, and having now looking at the state of my country, I can't see how the formation of America was in any godly way, and I think I've said this before.
Yeah. Well, that's
and
why I
so
wanted your perspective.
The Orthodox position would be monarchy, and the American position, which is the Protestant position, which was brought over from England and influenced with France and Europe as it was going with the Reformation, was to destroy hierarchical government and destroy hierarchical church. And so therefore, America was founded on an ungodly platform. And so then the war between the states was inevitable because America was founded with a party spirit, where there are factions from the very start. And so it's funny how the word heretic in the Greek means party spirit, basically party. And so therefore, one of the big worries of the founding fathers was that America was going to turn into a party system. And, just after it started, there you go. It turned into a party factions. And so you had the centrists versus the decentrists. You had those who wanted this freedom and those who wanted that freedom. And so it boiled down. And then you had religious issues. You had the Unitarian North, the liberal North, and you had the conservative agrarian South. And so these cultures started to conflict. Whereas, a monarchy would have solved the racial issue and would have dealt with it in a good manner. But since we have a party spirit and the American people took sides on that issue, religiously so, it became a great war, which was encouraged by foreign influences. And so therefore, so then America has now been under the boot of foreign influences ever since, believe it or not, especially referring to the banks in that situation.
It's important to remember that the end of the Civil War and the founding of the Federal Reserve was less than 50 years, the period between those two. So they're definitely There was a lot of radical change that occurred, and by 1929, we see the result, unfortunately. Go ahead.
So you had the foreign influences with the banks. You had presidents who were assassinated who would not comply with the banking system as they proposed remedies, and they said, no, I don't want to enslave my people. And so therefore Lincoln was assassinated, and then they get others in that are in compliance. And so, basically America has been exporting its revolution and then its power down then through the rest of the centuries until today. And now the world's in such a flux. But you can look at the world now as a totally anti-hierarchical. Almost all the governments are in that position now. And so to say that you want to reinstitute a monarchy would mean that you would probably be replaced in a minute and exterminated a few minutes after that. So I think that's the Orthodox realistic perspective, is that we would like to see a monarchical, hierarchical system, and so we fight for it in any way, in every way possible, whether it's in the family, whether it's in our government, whether it's in our church. And so that's what true Orthodoxy is all about.
Well, yeah, I would say I agree with that. Now, my view is that basically what we've started to notice is a rise in authoritarian governments. And once you're there, you're really not far from actual monarchy at all. It's just a question of whether that works in that sense. Evangelos, let me see here. At the risk of sounding exclusionary, I agree with the notion of at least learning passable English. If you live in the U.S., that's Monster Eater. If I go to Russia, I should speak. Yeah, we read that one. Then Evangelos says, Alexander, not all revolutionaries were the same. John Adams was basically a royalist in all but name. Jeremy says, wow, I still have a lot to learn and read, and I haven't read Lives of Saints yet, but I'm consistently impressed with what I learned of St. Tikhon and St. Innocent of Alaska. True. Cybercrapper asked a question about the history of the GOC, and they're doing a new edition. Saba says, all the Greeks I know here in the States know English, but prefer speaking Greek. A lot of the Russians didn't learn English because in some areas they didn't have to. I've noticed that has been kind of an odd thing, especially with in some Greek parishes. I've noticed that everyone can speak English, but then the service is done in Greek. But the downside of that sort of thing is what ends up happening is that the language gets tied in with the church as just part of culture, and it becomes categorized and pushed away. As for a lot of the Russians not learning English, I've heard of that as well. I've heard of people who lived, 5-10 years in like Chicago or New York or Miami, and they form these little ghettos. And what ends up happening is then you ask them, like, how come you haven't learned English? They're like, why bother? Everyone speaks Russian around me. And so let me see here. Anti-nomatism, not sure what that is. Reckon Keys says, is America responsible for the issue with the communists of Russia murdering the Holy Tsar for not stopping the evil what? Let me reread this. Is America responsible for the issue with the communists of Russia murdering the Holy Tsar for not stopping the evil movement here? I'm not sure I understand that question. I know that our banks were involved in the overthrow of the Tsar, but I'm not sure what you mean by for not stopping the evil movement here, because that movement was happening in Russia without our help. And if it wasn't the American banks who would have helped them, it would have been the British banks. That was just part of the agenda. Let me see here. Most of our history in America is written by English separatists. That's true, okay. Cybercrapper says, I hear Olight flashlights are on sale again, by the way. I'm sure they are. But as we know, you still don't have this. That's right. Comes in
$100.
No one's
Father.
got it. Can't.
$100. Come on now. Somebody's got to get it.
Get you one like it, but not this one. This one's mine. All right. So anyway, let's see here. We got did you know America also caused communism in Cuba? I mean, that's not exactly accurate. I mean, they were part of the revolution, and some group of people from Russia who are not Russians started the communist movement in Cuba in 1926. That I did know about. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's true. Nikolai Bauman says, thoughts about Philip Ludwell, the first American convert, and the World Orthodox Society named after him. While he was the first American convert, he translated very important works, including the Catechism of Peter Megillah, which was and still is basically the closest you get to an ecumenically approved, and I say ecumenically in the term as in the whole church, approved Catechism of the Orthodox Church. The World Orthodox Society named after him, I think they just like talking about the Southern culture and evangelizing the South, and it's an interesting thing. I mean, Father John Whiteford, who obviously I've talked to, and he's big on that. And he lives in Texas, so I get it. I don't know much about the society itself. I don't think they're like a secret. They seem to be mostly an interest group that kind of does, conventions, and they have speakers.
I've seen some of their stuff.
Yeah,
I've seen some of their stuff.
Is it? I don't know. Is it decent? I mean, to me, it just struck me as kind of like we love being Orthodox Southerners.
Well, they're wedding the conservative Southern culture to Orthodoxy. In other words, they're trying to find the similar points to touch on, which they do. They have a fair amount, but patriarchy, you could say agrarianism, self-sufficiency, independence from socialism, those kinds of things, which they are capitalizing on.
Yeah, agrarian. Okay, that makes sense. Well, it's an interesting group, but I don't have any committed thoughts about it. Big Sosa says, I heard someone say that akrivia is the norm and economia is the exception. Can you explain this, and is this understood differently among the World Orthodox? Yes, it is. But I will, so let me answer that question first. But to answer the question, akrivia means strictness. Strictness means you're adhering to the rules. Economia means economy, or, loosening of the rules. So it goes without saying that akrivia is the norm, because if you don't stick to the rules, in reality, there are no rules. You can't use economy on everything. For example, so it would make no sense. There wouldn't be in practice any rules at all. Now, I would say among the World Orthodox, they use the use of economia with in regards to things like reception are usually kind of deceptive and don't represent what they really mean. And what I mean by that is, while on the one hand they'll say like we use economy for things like Roman Catholic baptisms, but in reality, most of the leadership in World Orthodoxy does not do it out of economy. They do it because they actually recognize Roman Catholic baptisms as baptisms in the church. That's not what we do here. So that's definitely not our position. Alexander Dolezal says, when is the proper time to install the monarchy? After the majority of the people convert, or is enforcing it by power okay? Make sure not to answer this if it would get you in trouble with YouTube, though. Well, it's a highly hypothetical question, and I don't think I'd get in trouble with YouTube, because I'm not talking about trying to take over the country. But it would be preferable if the country is united by religion. So it would be helpful, no matter what kind of society you're talking about, whether it's a micronation, forming a breakaway state, etc. A state religion helps, as opposed to a plurality. Let me see here. Cybercrapper, I will say, if you donate $100, I would prefer it in like non-YouTube, but in either one of the methods on NFTU, because that gets to me immediately, whereas stuff on YouTube gets to me next month. If you were to donate $100, I would get you a light very similar. I would do my best to get that to you. It would take me a little while, This one is mine. I use it to notify the rest of the house that I'm doing a stream, but we could make another one. And so if you wanted to honestly purchase one of the NFT lights, I'd probably say it could be done for like 50. Is my guess. Okay, what are you doing? My dog is licking. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that.
But you have to realize that it could accrue in value. See, as this podcast gets really famous, it's going to grow in value. So it's an investment.
It's a first edition.
Don't forget to sign it.
Oh, Atomic Lead is here.
Oh,
welcome,
fathers.
Atomic Lead. How are you doing?
All right.
May God bless you. How are you doing today?
All right.
God bless you.
Very good. Thanks, Father. I'm just popping in because I actually want to run by a few things in regards to the American Revolution questions. I've heard an interesting idea and that I have some sympathy for, and I'd want to run it by here, especially since Father Boniface had some strong opinions about this, and I'd love to hear why I'm wrong about this. Excuse me. There's one strain of thought. There's actually a book written about this. I've never read it. I know it exists. It's called The Royalist Revolution.
Okay.
It essentially covers the thesis that the founding fathers were in a meaningful sense the only people left who thought that the King of England had any real power. Because we know at this point I'm sure Father Boniface can talk about this more. How the Glorious Revolution of 1688 basically put sort of like the bankers and Parliament in power over the king, and a lot of the American revolutionaries were at least trying to appeal toward this idea of sort of like Anglo liberties.
Father, you want to take a crack at? Oh, go ahead. Yep. Sorry.
Hello. Yep. You want to finish what you're saying?
Oh yeah, certainly, Father. There was this idea essentially that one can read this in sort of things like Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, who were very much trying to appeal toward the tradition of Hengist and Horsa, the old lawmakers of Anglo-Saxon society, and one can even find in like the writings of the loyalists in America. They were saying things like the king should come to and reign from Philadelphia and bring his court with him and just leave the isle as a protectorate. So they had a very different idea than both what the revolutionaries had in mind, certainly. But it's also not this idea. This seems to be a stronger idea than what was going on in England. There was I know in the 18th century, there was lots of trouble with sort of like the banks and financial issues. And this is sort of, I guess, the legacy of sort of the installation of as they derisively call him, Billy the Dutchman, as the King of England. And of course, you know of course all the sort of the power struggles that occurred in the 19th century that led up to the Civil War and going forward. So I know also Father Stephen Allen has mentioned that I don't want to ascribe opinions to him that he doesn't actually have, but he's mentioned that we can sort of draw a distinction between, say, the American and French revolutions. And what I've always said is George Washington didn't decapitate any nuns, which is more than what
that's true.
Yeah, which is more than the Frenchman can say, and it's more than what the Iberian Bolsheviks were doing in Spain and what the actual Bolsheviks were doing in Russia. So I try to maybe call me stupidly optimistic, but I like to at least give General Washington credit for that.
I think that's more than fair.
Yeah. So I don't know. I will pop out of this and I'll leave any criticisms to yourself and Father Boniface. Good evening to all.
Well, I would say this one thing. This is a complicated issue. There are a lot of forces that are at work. Playing, whether it's the banks or the generals or the parliament or the king. And so at this time in England's history, it was a culmination of developments over the centuries, over the desire for they say the people, but I would say the moneyed interests to get control over the king so that they could fulfill their own agendas. And so they wanted a constitutional monarchy because that meant that the king would be denied absolute power, which meant that the people would write the Constitution and hold him accountable to it, which gave the people power and which took away power away from the king. So you've got that movement going on. You've got in England the attack against the authority of the crown, which had been happening for a long time. And especially like with groups like the Levelers, where the Levelers were like the communists of their day over in England, because they wanted to level all authority down to the level of the common man, the people. And so you see that's been going on from the beginning of time, from the garden. And so you have to keep in mind those forces at work. Then you have the banks manipulating people to persuade them against any interest that would not be theirs. And then I like to look at the trial of Charles I, because I've said this many times on these podcasts and with Vladika Enoch, was that when Cromwell and the Puritans attacked the monarchy of Charles I, they laid charges against him of treason. And so Charles I, and you can read this in the transcripts of the court trial, Charles I said, first of all, your charges are illegal. And second of all, the court that you have created is illegal. There was no legal precedent, no legal laws to set up their court and to make these decisions. And so it was all on the fly with Cromwell and the 52 men that signed his death warrant. And so therefore, it was a spur of the moment decision that they made. And so Charles I said, you are accusing me of violating the rights of the people and putting our country in danger. And he said this, he said, if one, you can have false charges against me, and two, have a false court, which is not duly constituted, and treason was a charge against a monarch, or again, for a person violating and attacking the monarchy, right? That was treason. To a person who wanted to destroy the monarchy. Well, if there's no monarch, how can there be treason? You see, so therefore, he's saying, where's the charge? And so Cromwell and his group says, you're violating the rights of the people. And so they plug in now, treason is an attack against the people, not the king now, it's the people. And so Charles says, as a matter of fact, if you are making up laws on the fly and you have a court that's on the fly, I fear more for the safety of the people under your jurisdiction than under mine. I'm trying, he said, to honor God, and you are just going at the whim of anything at the moment. And so then therefore, that kind of thinking carried over to America. And that kind of thinking was all the colonies, and then eventually the Constitution of the U.S., with all of its factionalism, all of its arguing parties trying to get together and to form a union, which was, quote, an experiment, which has been wobbly ever since. And so, therefore, so if you want to look at Washington, okay, yeah, we're glad he didn't put the guillotine to anybody. But he did, so he used a smoother tactic where in his speech to the elders of Rhode Island, he had all the Protestant groups together, also with some rabbis who said that we can all hug each other now. We're not going to have religious persecution. We allow freedom and liberty. And so basically that opened up the door, though, for any power to come in and try and take over. Religiously speaking, it would be a fight, to see who would gain supremacy. And Washington was a Freemason. And Jefferson and Franklin were all secular humanists, basically. They were humanists, let's say. Jefferson wrote the Jefferson Bible, where he tore out all the miracles. Samuel Adams, the great revolutionary, was a humanist, inspired by French revolutionary ideas. And so while they didn't decapitate, they schmoozed their way into creating the republic constitutional democracy that we are. And then, the country has been without a religious foundation, and so it brought along the factions and the wars and the confusion, and eventually has brought us to the point where we are today. So if that adds any insight into where we're at, and it answers any questions, I hope so. But it's just a bunch of observations that we can look at for where we are at the present time.
Okay. No, I agree. That was a great explanation, Father. Daniel Langlois asks, what is the church's stance, true or genuine Orthodox Church and layman reading church canons? We have no problem with it. It's in the introduction to the rudder itself, which was blessed by, I forget which Patriarch of Constantinople. I should just look that up so I can stop saying I forget which Patriarch of Constantinople and just find which Patriarch it was, but give me just a second. Okay, just going to open up the rudder real quick and move up to the first pages. Okay, and this was... Okay, hold on. Okay, it was Patriarch of Constantinople Neophytos VII, who notes that the rudder, in the introduction, he gives a blessing to the printing of the rudder for the edification of the faithful. This was the understanding before World Orthodoxy. Very recently, I should add, probably 1970s, 1980s tops. Gave for forbidding the rudder. Before that, everybody read the rudder. It was for lay people to read too. It's like saying, why wouldn't people be allowed to look at the laws of the state? The laws are open. Let me see here. What else do we have? So yeah, that's our stance, and that's always been the Orthodox stance historically.
In other words, World Orthodoxy is trying to dumb down their people.
Absolutely. That's exactly what they're doing. Let's see here. What do we have here? Marble King, Phronima, Olite, flashlights. Okay, not happening. Arthur Bradley says, I think I blasphemed the Holy Spirit. I would say confess to your priest. That's not something you say in the chat. DTC, I responded to. I have to make an NFT store. I do. Marble King sends his Phronima Herald, the Greek priestess Eugenia the Eldress. Okay. That one, I think Sava answered you on that, Jeremy. The Hapgood Service Book would be the text that Bishop Tikon used. Jonathan Britt says NFT branded hot sauce. I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, I like hot sauce, but Recklin Keys says, did George Washington have an Orthodox friend? I have no idea. Probably not many, if there were any. NFT branded sardines. I'd be cool with that just because of the fasting aspect. Let me see here. Somebody said NFT branded Father Here's bobbleheads. I don't know that I'd want to put my brand on anything making fun of somebody. Even I disagree with him and I reject a lot of his teachings, but I don't want to be mean. Recklin Keys to Orthodox says Marble King bobbleheads NFT approved. I might like to see like a little Minecraft Marble King or something like that kind of action figure. That would be funny. I would put that in the store just because that's funny. Didn't George Washington have a Jewish doctor? Says Reader John. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, Benjamin Rush was a Mason.
Okay, so they were part of this little lodge together. Atomic Lead says the idea of treason against the people definitely seems to find a modern expression in the talk about attacks on our democracy. Many thanks to Father Boniface for his commentary. Absolutely, Atomic Lead. He made a lot of great points on that. Reconquista Orthodox says no one told George Washington he was breaking the canon. George Washington was not Orthodox and wouldn't care. Magic Sen says, Father, how is the book going? Oh boy. Well, if I'm being honest, with the number of things that we have that I have going on this month, my main focus right now is on trying to take care of the bills. I have 3 debates going on, so that's a total of at least 7 shows this month, or maybe 8. And ultimately, I've got to keep the lights on somehow. The book obviously will sell, so that's a good thing. However, I have not had a good chance to sit down and work on it. I will have some days this week after the Nativity fast, God willing, and I'm hoping to get to at least the 1970s, knock out at least 40 years, be a lot closer to today. Jeremy asks, what are your thoughts on Christian fantasy literature like those by George MacDonald, Tolkien, or C.S. Lewis? Well, I think they often display a sectarian bias, but they can be handy if people are into that sort of reading. I don't necessarily see a problem with. I don't see it as sinful or anything. And so my view on it is I'm agnostic on the question. I've read The Hobbit, and I've read the Lord of the Rings trilogy when I was a kid. I read abridged versions, and so I'm not against them. I haven't read that much C.S. Lewis. I don't know anything about George MacDonald, so I can't say. Reconquista Orthodox, it would be cool if you spoke to Cattell or Brother Nathaniel. I've actually been on Cattell's show once or twice, and I've spoken to David. He's a nice host, and I have nothing negative to say about him. I can't say that I could say the same about Brother Nathaniel. I don't really respect what he does, especially now, and his views on true Orthodoxy versus world Orthodoxy just strike me as like very opportunistic and not honest about his own historical past. So I don't have any respect for Brother Nathaniel. But yeah, so let me see here. We are now in the 3rd minute of the 3rd hour. This is something that is a very rare phenomenon on this show because we keep the show usually on at 8:30. However, doing the show at 6 means that I could probably go the next hour, and I think it would be great. What do you think, Father?
As long as the conversation keeps going, go for it.
Yeah, we're gonna let's see if we can just aim for the 3-hour mark today. We're gonna take it to another level. I don't think we've ever broken 3 hours. We may have broken it once, but we'll have plenty of space to keep going. So if you have questions or comments and you want to throw them on, you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link at the top of the chat. You can always join the chat with a super chat, or go to frozenoscafe.com. Although today I won't be going to the cafe on that. And again, a reminder, as always, support the channel. We at NFTU need your help. So support us by subscribing or donating at nftu.net. You know what? I'm going to change this. I'm going to change it because first off, basically, no, I don't think anyone's using Odyssey right now. So what I'm going to do is, hold on. All right. Oh, okay. I'm putting this in. All right, so to support the channel, we at NFTU need your help. Support us by subscribing or donating at nftu.net on Give, Send, Go, or with crypto. You can, again, on nftu.net, use Cash App or PayPal. We really need your help. It's always a wing and a prayer here, but it allows us to do more things, to get more done. It would certainly free up time for me to get that book done, because all sorts of things keep happening, but we just keep on moving. Let me see here, and so I'm gonna keep that. Scrolling for a while. Reconquista Orthodox says, question: people say Jesus was a Jew, and some people say Christ pre-existed man. And there's no way he could be a Jew. What is the answer to this question? The answer to the question is Jesus was a Jew, and people who really don't like Jews like saying he wasn't. That's the answer. I hate to put it so simply. Nobody is talking about the Logos not having an ethnicity. People just really, I find that people who do ask that question usually have more of an issue with secular Jews than they do with Christ's ethnicity. Let me see here. Lamont says, how should a world Orthodox approach investigating true Orthodoxy? I say go to your nearest church. Would be the easiest thing you can do. Finding a church nearby. I have seen too many cases of people who want to join far away churches. They'll say, I want to be part of this synod here, and there's no synod parish in his country. And then they'll say, but I'm with them. You are not with them if you are not at any point being received, confessing, communing, baptized, or received somehow. You're just making claims. Now, a lot of internet orthodoxy, I've learned, has been on this. A lot of these ortho bro types have not even set foot in a church. You're not Orthodox if you live like that. So this is, that's what I would say on that question. Okay? And Father Boniface disappeared, and God willing, he comes back. Let's take a look. Art and Debate says, what churches can I go to besides true or genuine Orthodox? How about the Jerusalem Patriarchate? Are there any faithful patriarchate jurisdictions in the world today? Okay. The quick answers to that are going to be none, no, and none. Now I'm going to clarify. There are actually faithful jurisdictions in the world today, but I'm going to try to clarify the question because, unfortunately, you're laboring under a misapprehension. Most world Orthodox think that true Orthodox exists in very small pockets, and probably the one that they've spoken to is the only one that exists. When I went to Greece, I got to see that there were true Orthodox by the thousands. When I went to Russia, I got to see that there were true Orthodox everywhere in Russia, in many major cities. So, and that's true in Romania, it's true in Bulgaria, it's even true in Jerusalem now. Bishop Roman of Haifa, who was with the ROCOR, passed on last year, but he still has, his community is still there. The idea that true Orthodox are, not around is a world Orthodox fabrication. If you've lived in my shoes, for the past 20 years or so, I know that there's true Orthodox all over the place. I don't have this issue of feeling isolated or worried if I can't go into a church, because I know where their churches are, and if I want to visit when I can, and I can do that. So this assumption that, I need to be with more churches, first off, you have no idea how many churches we actually are. True Orthodox together as a whole comprise well over 100 bishops, if not close to 150. That's not a small number. Those bishops have parishes, a lot of parishes, in many cases. This idea that, I live for most world Orthodox, you don't realize it, but I live in a parallel universe where all of your churches, for the most part, don't exist to me. I go to other churches, and I'm okay with it. And I know that there's a lot of true Orthodox around that it doesn't bother me. I don't feel insecure about my faith. So if you want, my suggestion is to start looking at true Orthodox churches seriously before wondering who else you could join. Reconquista Orthodox says, is there a jurisdiction in World Orthodoxy that might one day be in communion with true Orthodoxy? Not really, no. Like an example of that, one thing I would say is this: like, if you take, for example, the Artemites in Serbia, the Artemites in Serbia thought they were going to be a resist from within movement. They realized, towards the end of Artemia's earthly sojourn, that they were going to have to make bishops. And so they only had one bishop, so they had to single-handedly consecrate 4 or 5 bishops. And they have a relatively large organization. In their attempts to preserve the faith while recognizing World Orthodoxy has basically shunned them and has basically pretended that they won't exist. They have to reach out to the rest of us, the true Orthodox, because that's who they're emulating, in order to get things fixed. The World Orthodox won't help them, but that would be the closest you could come. Okay, we're back. Hello, Father.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so basically, yeah, so ultimately that's what I would say is that that question presupposes that World Orthodoxy is becoming more traditional when all intense and visible signs to the contrary indicate the opposite is happening. Should Orthodox Christians listen to classical music? I'm specifically talking about instrumental with no lyrics. I don't think that there's necessarily wrong with instrumental music. It's not church music, obviously, so it's not the greatest music, but I don't see anything necessarily wrong with it. Are there any specific fathers who wrote on the book of the Apocalypse? Yes, quite a few. I would recommend the website orthodoxeschatology.blogspot.com, which has a list of patristic commentaries on the Apocalypse. Reader John says, are there any true Orthodox jurisdictions that don't recognize the glorification of Saint Seraphim of Platna? I would say that, no one's really thinking about it yet because, even the ROCOR A's glorification occurred very recently. So it's hit a lot of people like a ton of bricks. So some people are very excited to see him glorified by the ROCOR A, but others want to see it investigate on their own. I hate to say this, it's the normal process. As much as, as I mentioned, the glorification of St. Philaret occurred 4 times before it basically became universal. So I would say that I wouldn't worry too much about it. If you believe he's a saint, certainly there is a true Orthodox synod that agrees with you. So if you want to venerate him, I think you have no justification against it unless your bishop prohibits it, and I haven't heard of any bishop prohibiting it. Saba says St. John the Wonder Worker, Bishop shaking it. Okay, yes. All right, that he's agreeing there that classical music is good. Big Sosa says, I hear some World Orthodox say that TO-schisms extremely often. I assume you mean TO-schisms are extremely often. Schism or schism, it is a noun. When you hear people using schism as a verb, they've been listening to too many dialects who don't understand English. Schism is a noun. So that your question is, TO Orthodoxes are extremely often. Are they confusing canonical disputes with full schisms, or are they actually full-on schisms? Hindsight's always 20/20. Like sometimes they looked like full-on schisms, and they weren't. So they fell apart. Sometimes there were reunions that occurred very quickly. Sometimes there were real schisms. Sometimes one group fell away. But in general, they're not as common as one would say. But usually they're more canonical disputes that create factions that need to be resolved rather than actual real schisms. Do you know if in Finland there is a true Orthodox church? There may be one of the ROAC if there is, but I'm not aware of it. Sava, you're in the chat. If you know of any Finnish true Orthodox, let me see here. Okay. And do you know what writings of St. John and Father Seraphim talk about this? In the life of Father Seraphim Rose, that was put out, he does talk about how he recommended it to some people. So it is, I think they're also in his letters that he recommended it. So that would be the best thing. Let me see here. Sab, I don't know if you heard me there, but do you know if there's a Rock parish in Finland? And Jeremy says, do true Orthodox parents in America homeschool their children? Is there a true Orthodox homeschool curriculum? Are there any true Orthodox church schools in America? I would say my guess is no, but if there are any, it would be in the GOC. The GOC Clinicos. I think I have heard about that there are homeschool curriculums. I forget who might be running one, but a part of me wants to say Father Stephen Allen, but I could be wrong there.
Keep looking. I think there are some, but they're growing.
Yeah, there are some. So just keep looking on that one. Let me see here. Okay, thank you for that, Sava. Lamont says, can you explain the Tikhon anathema for beginners? He anathematized the Soviets. That's pretty self-explanatory. They were God haters, let me see here. And so Finland's the reason why I asked you about that, Sava, is because Finland is right next to St. Petersburg. The Finnish border is next to St. Petersburg. So, in a worst case scenario, you could go to St. Petersburg and go to a ROAC or an ARTOC or a parish under, I believe, I want to say it's one of the ROCOR V churches. So if you can get to St. Petersburg from where you are in Finland, you could do that as well. Because I know from Helsinki that the trip to St. Petersburg is like 4 hours. And so let me see here. So we're in the 17th minute of the third hour. Again, support the channel. We at NFT need your help. Subscribe us by subscribing or donating at nftu.net on Give, Send, Go, or with crypto. Simon says, I do not know how hard it is to cross the Russian border these days. Our proto-Roman is in Petrograd. Okay, that's possible. Well, if that's the case, they have tour buses. Now, I don't know if those are open. I mean, I could just check real quick. Let me see here. Hold on. So what I will do is translate.google.com, and I will just say, okay, so let me see here. I'm just going to check Yandex, and I'll see if they have anything like that. If they do, it's probably the easiest thing to do. If you're not far from Helsinki, anyway. Give me just a moment. Let me see here. Okay. Checking. And okay. Just waiting on it to load because it looks like there are bus services that do it. I'm just wondering what. Yeah. There's daily trips. You could do it. I just looked on tutu.ru, tutu.ru. If you wanted to do that. So that is it's apparently Sava. If you go on Russian travel websites, they have daily buses that are doing tours that go back and forth from Finland to St. Petersburg, and there's a Russian visa office in Helsinki. I don't know. It just depends. Let me see here. But yeah, all right. So I'm looking for new questions. Let's see. Looking. Don't see any new questions here. Let me see. Okay, so Laurentio says, thank you for your answer. The border is closed for now. Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that. Then maybe Sava's suggestions might be better. But yeah, that might be an option to comment there. All right, well, Reckon-Keeson says, I'm out of questions, Father. All right, well, we are at 2 hours, 20 minutes, so we're in the 20th minute of the third hour. So once again, I've heard because of the current political situation, Finland has closed the border between itself and Russia. Hey, I'm just saying I looked at the website here, okay? I don't know. I guess, if it is, it is. If it's not, it's not. I don't see any warnings about that. But, again, one thing to keep in mind is that, what we see in the news and what is the reality on the ground are two different things. So I have no idea. Arthur Bradley asks, you know for certain if you blaspheme the Holy Spirit? The ultimate blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is suicide. You can certainly know you've blasphemed the Holy Spirit if you do that. But in any case, you'd have to talk to a priest again, Arthur. I wouldn't, it's something that you really should discuss with a priest. I saw a video of someone doing a road trip across Scandinavia. It didn't look like it took that long to cross a great distance across Sweden and Finland. Maybe. Let me see here. Jeremy says, Father, how do you share the gospel with people? In your words, give a copy of in your own words, give a copy of the New Testament, invite them to church, something else. I asked them if they want to, if a person is familiar with who Jesus Christ is, if a person is familiar with his church. You'll get some answers about where they're from, etc., so on and so forth. And then, you could flatly just ask, would you like to, I usually say, the Orthodox Church is the church that the apostles and fathers built. And they say, I've never heard of it, or so on and so forth. Or they may have some objections, and you answer them, and then you invite them. You want to talk about the Book of Acts. It's important because it establishes the foundation of the church. Reckon-Keeson says, that's any true Orthodox in North Korea. Are there any Orthodox in North Korea? I mean, I don't know. From what I understand, the North Korean Moscow Patriarchate Church is basically just a diplomatic station for the patriarch or MP clergy who are going there for political reasons. So I would say no. Let me see here. Okay. Looking here to see what we've got here. Now, Saba, I know you want, I don't know, did you mention, was it this week you wanted to cover your trip, or was that next week? I don't remember. Yeah, the MP parish in North Korea, the priests were forced. Yeah, exactly. They're not really, they have like two, exactly. It's an extension of the Russian embassy. I believe they made two students, two seminarians who are North Korean. Reader John says, have you seen the video on Orthodox wisdom about Shmemin? No, I haven't. How bad is it? Let me just take a look and see if I can find it. Okay, let's see here. Okay, why on earth is this coming up? Okay, first off, shrink it. Okay. Renovated Orthodoxy, the Liturgical Theology of Father Shmemin by Father Michael Pomazanski. Okay, that's a 54-minute long video. Yeah, Pomazanski did critique Shmemin quite a bit. Okay, so Sava says next week. Okay, very good. So we'll be looking forward to that. We're going to be talking about Sava's latest trip with various pilgrims throughout the country. So look forward to that next week. I have not seen it yet, Reader John, but it doesn't surprise me. Pomazanski did criticize Schmemann. He had a lot of strange thoughts. Let me see here. Okay, I'm getting a private message. Give me a moment. Hold on one moment, please. Okay. Just a moment, guys. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, so what did Romanides say about aliens? He began questioning whether aliens were real. And if I remember correctly, it was more in line with his evolutionary views, because he is an evolution. He's an evolutionist, or was an evolutionist. Let me see here. So yeah, you can find that if you type in John Romanides aliens in Google, you'll find some stuff about that. JS says, you seen the video by Old Calendar Zealot on the criticisms of Metropolitan Anthony Krapovitsky? I have not. Now I know that Metropolitan Anthony's doctrine on the atonement is kind of questionable, and I know that people defending it in Hakna were defending it mostly because it gave them the right to. It allowed them to sneak in sort of semi-Pelagianism or just Pelagianism. So definitely, I would say I'm not sure. I don't know how to take Old Calendar Zealot stuff. I don't have much respect for what the Hakna does, and I don't think that they represent true Orthodoxy anywhere on earth. They represent something that they represent their own thing. Isn't Old Calendar Zealot now a Luriite? That's half a dozen of one or six of the other. It's the same thing. The Luriite and Hakna. The only reason Hakna and the Luriites aren't together is because they managed to convince a Russian to join them to make him a bishop. What is a Luriite? A Luriite is a follower of Gregory Laurier of the Imyaslavius, the name worshippers, who lives in St. Petersburg. He attempted to engineer a schism in the ROAC. It didn't work well. And everyone's kind of forgotten him, and he kind of tries to live his life in this he's always kind of been a chaser of the spotlight, and I assume that's what he's still doing, even though he's probably like 80 now. Let me see here. Yeah. Somebody says, I know that channel posts stuff regarding name worship, it seems. Yeah. So he could be Hakna, he could be Luria. I can't tell. And if I'm being honest, I don't care. Because they're both heretical. And so Magic says no Old Calendar Zealot with GOCK and does not support or endorse Luria. Well, that would be different than last week when he was defending Thomas Deretic, who is on the cafe and is a vocal Hakna member. Yeah, I don't buy it, Magic Son. You may want to check with Old Calendar Zealot one more time. And Sava correctly points out if he's with GOCK, why is he supporting Yugoslavia? Yeah, that's a good question, isn't it? Anyway, let me see here what we've got. So we are in the 29th minute of the third hour, and I'm going to direct you back down to the screen. Once again, support the channel. Okay, whoa, thank you for supporting the channel. Black Ortho Acolyte, much appreciated. Thank you for that donation and the question. Let me turn this off for a second because it's bothering my eyes. Do you feel it's appropriate to bring up the true Orthodox, World Orthodox issue to people making general Orthodox inquiries, or is that too likely to overwhelm them out of the gate and turn them away from Orthodoxy? This is part of the reason why I approach it with the Church of the Apostles, because historically the church has been structurally different over the centuries. But what has always been true is the preservation of the Orthodox faith through the apostolic succession. So all of our bishops can claim succession from the Holy Apostles through different national churches. And once you get to that point, you can bring up where you're from. Because ultimately, how can you bring someone to true Orthodoxy if you're not true Orthodox? It's impossible. I myself would reference the fact that we were, a Western mission of the True Orthodox Church of Greece, in talking about it and talking about Western history and Western rites to people who are interested. I'm sure Father Boniface can throw something in on this, but I think that we wouldn't start with we are in challenging the new calendar. We're not interested in talking that. That's not how you evangelize. What do you think, Father?
Can you repeat it? I technical problems. I've lost you, and then I'm back on.
Okay. He asked, do you feel it's appropriate to bring up the true Orthodox, world Orthodox issue to people making general Orthodox inquiries, or is that too likely to overwhelm them out of the gate and turn them away from Orthodoxy?
I think it's proper because I was doing some reading in the prophet Malachi, and in the first chapter, he's calling the priests to true worship. You have that Christ calling the Pharisees to true worship. The apostles calling people and the churches and clergy to true worship. And so you, with all the compromise and actually error and improper worship, which is robbing Christ of his glory, robbing the people of a blessing. And so therefore we present truth and its glory. How could we do any other?
Well, I think he was talking about like people who don't know anything about Orthodoxy, though.
Well, if they don't know anything about Orthodoxy, they might know something about Roman Catholicism or about Protestantism, and they have their compromise issues too.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have, or I don't care if it's political parties. You have moral issues. You have people compromising, whether it's church-wise or civil-wise, and so therefore, the principle of compromise and error is universal. So I don't think you're going to be causing confusion. I think what you're going to do is you're going to clarify, you're going to clear the air, and you're going to avoid confusion by presenting the light of the truth.
Okay. Well, I mean, I hope that answers the question, but the point is you want to focus on the truth of Orthodoxy when discussing it. Let me see here. Lamont asks, how long does it take to know true Orthodoxy is usually right for people? That just varies. It depends on the person. Sava says, nowadays it's hard enough to get people to accept there is a God, let alone that they need to be in the true Orthodox Church. I'm finding kind of a swing back on the pendulum from 20 years ago. I think a lot more people are starting to realize that there's a God. But it wasn't like that, I'd say in the 2000s. Everyone was just ready to give up on God or turn on him. It depends on the person, perhaps, yes. Magic Sense says, I know him personally. He does not support the idea that the letters of the ink are God's essence. He believes any depiction of the name of God are an emanation of God's uncreated energies. It's that tricky word there, emanation. What does that mean? If you are saying any depiction of the name of God emanates God's uncreated energies, that means it is acting as either a vessel of, or it is acting as a being of. You're not being totally specific, but if we say, as you mentioned, he sees the name of God the same as an icon, then you must conclude the name of God is created, because icons don't make themselves. Black Ortho Acolyte says, yes, thank you, appreciate the answers. Glad we could help, and thank you for supporting the channel. Let's get that scroll back on then. Once again, support the channel. We at NFTU need your help. Support us by subscribing or donating at nftu.net on Give, Send, Go, or with crypto. Let's get back to the comments. Let's see. GOC St. Michael Kelly says, I would teach Orthodoxy first. Secondly, I would say, now who teaches differently from what I have taught you? Among Papists, Protestants, I'll include World Orthodox. Okay, that's a good answer, Father. Sunrise says the whole Reddit atheist wave, I think, maybe left a lot of people leaving empty, and now they're searching. Yeah, that's kind of what happens when you start putting anything but God in place of things where you need God's help. Salva says, Magic said, tell them to be careful with the Hakna people. They like to use the Mott and Bailey fallacy. They start with a reasonable position and then use that platform to push more and more unreasonable positions. Note this, I really like people in Hakna and friends with many of them. Jonathan Britt says, I find that a lot of inquirers found orthodoxy through rejecting globalism and other issues. So these types are easier to convince that we have no business with the WCC. That's actually true. That as more people become suspicious of like the medical industry, the government, so on and so forth, it's a given that they become suspicious of institutions in general. And that is where we have an advantage in terms of scrutiny. We're not afraid to be studied. Our positions are the same, whether you look at our history or you look at what we say. We believe we mean what we say, so we're not worried. Unfortunately, that's skeleton in the closet. That's not our problem, but it is a problem with World Orthodoxy. So I agree there, Jonathan. Let me see here. Okay, Sava and Magic Send are still talking about that. That's cool. Again, if you like what we're doing here, don't forget to like and subscribe. But also, we do need those donations to keep the lights on. So anything you can do to help, we really appreciate it. I will say this, Father. I don't know about you, but I'm 2 hours and 37 minutes in. I'm still in pretty good shape to continue to the end of the hour. So I mean, I'm like kind of I don't know, how are you feeling?
I'm all right.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's better to do it earlier. I don't know, because I'm looking at, in terms of like the numbers of people, et cetera, that are here, it's almost the same. So why not just do it at 6, and then we'll just we can do it a little longer. Everyone gets their wish. There's more show. Oh yes, Subdeacon Victorious he is updating the Serbian Jerusalem article. He found a new letter that came to the surface. It was a letter, I want to say 2000, Archbishop Mark of ROCOR MP, back before the Union, was complaining about the fact that he wasn't allowed to commune with the Serbians. GX6 Michael Kelly says, what time do you start tonight? Started at 6. And so, thank you for your support. $4.99 from Sunrise. I like the 6 p.m. time. Okay. If anyone else likes it, please donate. We really appreciate it. So let me see here. Okay, and that's okay. And so let's continue on. This is great. I really appreciate it. Sava says, I'm in favor of starting the show earlier, perhaps. Sava, put your vote in. You're an important part of the show. If you think it's earlier, it's good. I'm taking this all into consideration. 6 o'clock just got me $5. 6 o'clock, Father Boniface likes it. If you like it, I'm going to just assume, okay, Father Simeon likes it at the St. Michael Kilia. Okay, let's put it out there. Who likes the 6 p.m. better? Because, if you do, just say so. And then that TBA for the rest of the month will change to 6 o'clock, and we will make this the new time. So let me see here. And I will wait. Again, if you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click on the link at the top of the chat. So let's see here. Orthodox Traditionalist Publications at 6 p.m. is good. I'm starting to feel consensus, people. That's what I'm starting to feel. I'm starting to feel consensus. With like 6 o'clock seems to be working. Starting earlier seems preferable. Atomic Lead joins in. Okay, that's another vote. So we're heading on like 5-6 votes of regular people. So this might, if I hear 3 more people say they want to do it, I'm 100% switching to 6 o'clock. It's that simple. Okay. Okay, and hello, sir.
You want the 6 o'clock time? Do you want the 6 o'clock hour?
Yeah, you want? Yeah, sure.
Yes. Daniel Langlois says 6 o'clock.
Oh, cool, Daniel Langlois. Okay, and he also donates a big name there. Not that I'm judging the votes, but yeah, definitely. And we're John MC comes in with a member chat. 6 is better. 6 on Sunday evenings is much better than 8:30. Wicked Wally says, I like the early start. That one more person. One more. Wait. Oh, no. Daniel already said it. That's it. It's
That's
official.
3.
Oh, and here's 4. Start at 6 and end at midnight. I don't think that's happening. No, I don't know about that. Jeremy says 6 p.m. is better for me too.
If he keeps on, if they keep on giving at the same time, that'll work.
Yeah, if I see more donations at like 9, I'll keep going, I guess. Lamont says, Montesquieu says 6 p.m. is good, so that's a big important vote. She always gets on the screen free, even if she didn't donate. Atomic Lead says half a vote, LOL. Okay, we have like 10.5 votes now. My priest is against ecumenism. Why should I leave if he's Orthodox? Is your priest bishop against ecumenism? Because if he's not, then it doesn't matter what your priest believe, because your priest is a reflection of your bishop's teaching. Logistical says 6 p.m. is good. John, very important vote. Jonathan says 6 to 9 p.m. at the latest. Sunrise, a vote for 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. the next day. Thank you for supporting the channel. But I'm not ready for the 24-hour stream. And I don't know. Because we are now moving into 3-hour stream regular territory. We can start seeing 4-hour streams, 5 hours. But I'm going to say thank you for your donation, but that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Maybe I might be wrong. Maybe in like April I'll be doing it. Who knows? I don't think I will, because I have to live and do things like eat and sleep. But maybe I don't know. If I just repeat something, just NFTU. No, kidding. That was a joke reference to the YouTube trend of repeating things for hours and hours. But anyway. All right. So all night stream. Yeah, okay. One day we'll probably get there, Sava, but right now we're doing early evening stream. 24-hour debate. I don't think there's any okay, I was about to get arrogant. I don't think there's anyone who can handle 24 hours against me. But I couldn't handle 24 hours against me. So I don't think I want I don't think that's I don't know about that. But yeah. And so, all right. Well, this is good. So now we are, approaching, the end of the 3rd hour. Up, another donation. Thank you, Black Ortho Acolyte, for $5. And for supporting the channel. Thoughts on street evangelism. I feel like if there's no salvation outside the church, the urgency to reach people should reflect that. Hold on, I will answer that. Then I will deal with Reader John's comment there. Black Ortho Acolyte, what I would say on this is you're not wrong. And the truth of the matter is I have seen cases of Orthodox street evangelism. Father Boniface, you've done street evangelism sometimes, even recently, correct?
Yes.
Could you maybe talk a little bit about that?
Well, the Apostle Paul did it. Look at what the apostles did. They went into foreign lands and they preached on the streets. They went into various forms. They went before governors. They went before the magistrates to bring the gospel. And so therefore, we do the same. And the more the merrier. And a lot of times you can, if you speak up, you might get a reporter to come and question you, and you might get in the paper. You might get, or various public forums before city councils, county commissioners. You can go speak. You have the opportunity. Use your liberty in America to do it. Address issues. I've gone before city councils, county commissioners, and present on various issues. And you can get a wide hearing, but to the glory of God. But by all means, do it, and just pray about it. And may the Lord guide and lead you, and may he bring fruit, because I'll tell you, it has changed the course of my life, me doing street evangelization. The Lord can lead in many mysterious ways to make you connections here and there, and guide and lead, which can affect your very life.
Okay, very good, and thank you for that, Black Ortho Acolyte, for the support of the channel. Saba brings up a counterpoint. He says, one concern I have with street evangelism, though it isn't to say it's always this way, is vainglory and a temptation of wanting to be seen. I get that, but I think that as Orthodox Christians, we kind of have some, for lack of a better word, safeguards in place. The most one being that, quite frankly, to most of the Western world, we wear funny outfits. This keeps us from being seen as like, we're not trying to look stylish. We're not trying to look awesome, excellent and show off. Speaking in the street can be, as simple as putting up a sign with some cards and answering questions. It doesn't have to be complicated. You don't have to use a megaphone. You don't have to do anything fancy or anything like that. So it just depends. Sunrise, okay, I'm going to get to Reader Johns in a second. Sunrise asks, how much of Hockney left and joined the GOCK? I would say 75 to 80%, if not slightly more. Most 4 out of 5 people in Hockney left and joined the GOCK easily, including the clergy and the lay people. John MC says, where Paul and others spoke was no place like the southeast corner of 8th Avenue and 42nd Street in Manhattan. I mean,
turn that down.
I don't know. That's because St. Paul spoke, if I remember correctly, at the Agora. That was a pretty big city. Amazing. Thank you for the answer. I've had many World Orthodox speak on street evangelization of the dignity of the church. Very elitist mindset, in my opinion, beneath the dignity, I meant. Well, if you're not willing to speak about Orthodoxy on the streets, how serious are you about your faith? What if somebody confronts you randomly? Are you just going to be like, I don't care? No, you have to be able to respond.
Mars Hill. Consider Mars Hill. How do you answer that? They went to the forum. They were out in the Agora.
Yeah, exactly. And that was a very heavily populated area. Reader John says, if you donate $1,000, he will do a 24-hour stream. Reader John, I'm going to be honest. I value my time. If I'm doing a 24-hour stream, I'm gonna ask for at least 2,000.
Yeah, how about a tag team? You have a few people doing it together.
Oh, that would be great.
Doing shifts.
Yeah, all right. Sunrise says, I'll donate $1 for a 1-minute stream. But why have a 1-minute stream when you can have this stream? This is good enough. All right. So let me see here. All right. So it's looking like your last chance to ask questions right now, because we are now at the 48th minute of the third hour.
I'd like to make a comment.
Sure.
You consider the Protestants with their tithing. Their tithing was 10%.
Mm-hmm.
Orthodoxy is more generous than that. And so I encourage the listenership to give, because they will also receive a blessing from the Lord. Given, it shall be given unto you. And so it's very important to support these kinds of ministries, because Father Joseph, this podcast is reaching out to a lot of people.
Well, glory to God. I love hearing that, and I love knowing that it's helping. So to God be the glory. We just got another donation. Thank you so much for your kindness and for helping support the channel. Lingual Inquirer for $4.99 says, look up the health benefits of taking brewer's yeast. Most powerful way to take vitamin B. Brewer's yeast is pretty well known as a very good supplement. So, no, trust me, a lot of people do know about that. And that's it, but it's a good thing to put it up for, members of the channel to see it. Because if that's something you need help with, definitely something that you should look into. Always look for healthy and natural ways to up your health. I'm totally for that. I mean, the stream started and ended with garlic, so so glory to God for that. Let me just see here. Give me 1 second. Just double checking to see if there were any other questions I missed here. Okay. And let's take a look here. We got some more. Let's see. Helps with everything, guys. By the way, look it up. Definitely look it up. We know about it here, but if you have never heard of using brewer's yeast for vitamin B, use it. Let's see. Daniel has a question for Subdeacon Nictarios. Hopefully he is still in the chat. Is there any chance he will make a well-organized, detailed timeline of the events that took place from the beginning, from the time Meletios Metaxakis became a Freemason? I'm not sure. That basically what you're asking for is a history of true Orthodoxy, because it started in opposition to him. And Atomic Lead put up some garlic. So that I would say that's something that we definitely will. That's kind of the point of my book, actually. So I will work on it more. And thank you again. Daniel sends $10. Doesn't say anything, and that's okay too. We appreciate the support on the channel. Sunrise, Father, why is the topic of God the Father icon so big on Twitter right now? The reason why is because one of the Ortho Bro accounts, Patrick Prime, bought an icon, a hand commissioned icon, showing the Trinity with the Ancient of Days, and a bunch of people got upset, and I think that was the whole point. And then Jay Dyer jumped into it, and drama. That's how. Reader John, I plan on adding more bacon to my diet in a couple of days. Aren't we all? What's Subdeacon's story? Was he with Father Peter? He was. He was actually part of the Orthodox Ethos organization. And I think if you watch some of the interviews, and I think there was one where I had him on and he talked about his own life on that he was also, he was helping in all aspects of the organization. So that's part of the reason why he got very busy with working on books. So that is to answer that question. Sunrise says, I only try to only look at True Orthodox pages on Twitter. The Ortho Bro stuff on there is just ridiculous. It absolutely is, but it will filter out. It filters out. Immediately, I got the question, what's the True Orthodox position on God the Father icons? And my answer was, they're there. It's not. There's nothing to argue here. If they've been there, they're there. So, I think it's silly when people do argue with that. Zelotes, Father Joseph, what's your opinion about the new movie Mary? From what I understand, I have not watched it. I have read some reviews. It's kind of it takes a very Protestant attitude, and so from what I've heard, it kind of disrespects most of the Orthodox teachings on the Theotokos, that she had other children, etc. Yeah, so I don't recommend it based on the reviews I've read. I don't need to watch it to know. In the same way, if you know that there's going to be something that is grossly immoral on the screen, you don't need to watch how it happened to make a determination. John MC, member chat, says, I'll second that. My friend is going to order a pizza with extra Canadian bacon, pineapple, and jalapeno peppers. This question has never come up on our channel before. We don't really talk about pineapple pizza. I'm sure that people have very strong opinions on them. I myself, let me see here. I don't know what to think about them. Maybe I will try one day. Daniel Angela says, where can we find hard proof that Meletios Metaxakis was a Freemason? Probably the best thing that I have seen was a work by it was a New Calendar Greek Archimandrite, and he talked about the history of Freemasonry in World Orthodoxy, and he devoted an entire section to Meletios, and I'm trying to remember what his name was. Give me just a moment. Let's see. Hold on. I'm going to try to see if I can search it. Okay. No. Give me a second. So I'm gonna, because I was looking at this actually recently, so it may be in my history. Let me just see. Is this it? No. Let me see if I can find it. I'm looking. I'm looking to see if I can find this information, but I feel like it's. I shouldn't have that. Let me check this. Let me see here. It may have been written in Greek, so let me try to search that. Translate real quick. Okay, let me try this. Freemason. Let me see if this pulls up anything in the history. I'll put that in the chat once I get it, so that you have that, and you don't have to rely back on me. Okay, one moment, and then I will get to the next questions, and of course, I will answer all questions that I can. Let me try this. No search results. All right, so I'm looking for what I had. Let me just see here. It's going to take me a little bit. Okay, checking here. Okay. Okay. I had it up when we did the show about Freemasonry, but that was a while back. Let me just see here. And forgive me for the delay. I will get to everyone's questions. It's just when it's something I know I had just a minute ago, not a minute, it was a week ago, but the point is, like, I had it, and I just want to just give it to you so you have it. Let me see here. Okay. Is this it? No, this is something else. Okay. Almost. I don't even remember. It was, I think I want to say it was Jesus who wrote it, but it may not have been. Okay. All right, I'm still waiting. So let me see here. But there's the proof consists, for the record, of a lot of Masonic records, as well as let's see here, because it really goes back to, was it Dositheus II? Let me see here. Still don't. My search function is gone on my chat. So thank you for your patience, folks. It's stuff like this bothers me when I have the information. You know what? That gives me an idea. Let me, because that would have been from December 29th. Okay,
check out the Harmony Lodge of Constantinople.
Yeah, that's where he was, in the Harmony Lodge of Constantinople. But there was a list of the like other stuff as well. But yeah, he was part of the Harmony Lodge of Constantinople for sure. So let me see here. Still trying to pull that up. All right, this is going back way too far, so I know that I can.
You check out his NFTU podcast on masonry.
I don't know if I put the link there, but hold on. Okay, just go here. Okay. All right, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to find probably the next 2 to 3 minutes. He's here.
Yeah, well.
All right. I thank you for your patience. I'm sorry this is taking so long. It's just
maybe the transcript.
I don't think it's in the transcript of that one because I may have referred to it, but I don't. I might have referred to it actually, but I just want to feel like I'm almost there. Let me just see here. Okay. Here. Hold on. Oh, okay. What's this? Yeah. Thank you, Sarah from Jesus. There we go. Thank you to Unseen Warfare for throwing that to me in another chat. I really appreciate that. If you go to this link here, you'll get Sarah from Jesus' notes on the influence of Freemasonry and early Greek ecumenism. It covers not just Meletius, but also the patriarch before him. So, feel better. Okay. Black Ortho Acolyte, once again, thank you for your support of the channel for $5. Says, what is your favorite catechism book? And are there any recent World Orthodox ones you found problems with? Honestly, my favorite catechism book, and I'm going to be honest, was probably, and this is not for everyone, was the, what is the Law of God? But specifically the one by Father Seraphim Slobodskoy that Jordanville put out. It's not a typical book in that it starts with lessons that are really meant for like grade school children. And by the end of it, it is dealing with, late high school, early college, where they're going through the various ecumenical councils. The concept of the book is you get the book as a small child, or you give it to the book to the small child, and classes go through individual lessons based on their age group, so that by the time the student reaches adulthood, they have a fairly solid understanding of the faith, including various heresies, the meetings of the councils, so on and so forth. So that is my ideal. Notwithstanding that one, I would probably say the Mogila Catechism is my favorite, with the Catechism of Metropolitan Philaret being the next favorite. Are there any recent World Orthodox ones I found problems with? I haven't seen any recent World Orthodox catechisms, except maybe I think the last one I saw that was recent was Clark Carlton's. There was nothing particularly objectionable in it, but I just it didn't interest me. Jonathan Britt says we need NFT branded sardines and hot sauce combo pack. Well, first off, thank you for your support of the channel. I do eat sardines and hot sauce. I don't know how well connected you guys think I am. I don't know how I'm gonna white label sardines, but
you need to cut a deal with somebody down in Louisiana.
Yeah, okay. All right, we'll talk to Sava about it. I guess he'll find me the sardines. All right. Norman Ernesto says the pineapple question. Oh, yes. Black Ortho Acolyte says, I like pineapple on pizza. Orthodox Ritualist Publication says it was on their website in Greece. That's also true. Atomic Lead says most controversial topic in NFTU history. Possible. It's the most controversial topic everywhere. I'm not sure why. Atomic Lead says LOL. John MC says highly unorthodox. I know, but if Italians have pizza with prosciutto and figs, but prosciutto and figs have kind of a complementary flavor profile. I don't know. I've never tried that either, but I mean, I could see it. I don't know. I don't know. I have to think about it. Magic Sun says, I have the website of the Great Grand Lodge of Greece where they have him listed as a distinguished member. Sunrise says, pineapple sardine pizza. Ugh. Pineapple anchovy pizza might be interesting because it's so incredibly salty versus the sweetness of the pineapple. Avlona Synod says, blessed feast, Father Joseph. Well, if that was from the Synod, thank you, Masters. Let me see here. But then again, anyone could write Avlona Synod on their name, so I don't know who that is. Hopefully it's someone we know. Daniel Langley says, thank you, OTP. I'll go and visit that website and see what I can find. Very good. Black Earth Wacklite says, sunrise sounds like a cruel penance. It does. Sardines just do not have enough salt in them to be meaningful on pizza. Zalota says, I've never believed in aliens since I've read about Meletios Metaxakis. Very true. John MC says, check out the Harmony Lodge of Constantinople. Yes, that's where he's from. Magic Sense says, there you go. Magic Sense says, Father, check the link I gave you and translate it into English. Well, I did see Unseen Warfare send this to me. I don't think you guys are the same guy. Gio says, Michael Calia, what are Freemasons free from? That's a good question. John MC says, Meletius joined the Harmony Lodge in Constantinople in March of 1910, just leaving for Cyprus. Yes. Lenatus Bob asks, are there old calendarists on Mount Athos? And, okay, what you mean is, are there true Orthodox on Mount Athos? Because everyone on Mount Athos, with I think the exception of one monastery now, is on the traditional church calendar. But yeah, there's Esphig Menu, and there's skeets that are associated with it. Okay, I put up a link. Unseen Warfare is a receipts machine, says Black Ortho Acolyte. Very true. Let me see here. Orthodox Traditionalist Publications says New Rome Press has one. Orthodox Traditionalist Publications says they took it down. You have to talk to the TO Discord as they have the screenshots. Okay, very good. Larry Sanger has popped on. Welcome, Larry. My latest video of the Eucharist is rendering as I poke in here, Father Joseph. And I will give it a review. But probably not today. It'll be tomorrow because I've been on for 3 hours. And I think you mentioned that was going to be a really long video. So I want to give it a fair critique, which I would not be able to do after 3 hours of this. So very good. Awesome, Larry. Let's see here. And okay. So we are now in we're going on the 8th minute of the 4th hour. And I don't plan to do 4 complete hours. This is, I think, the longest show we've had. I could be wrong. We might be like 5 minutes from that. I'm just curious to find that out now. It's ever worse now. Both videos together are over 2 hours. Okay, we're not reviewing that today, Larry. We can't do that. Can't do that. That's too many hours. Unless somebody donates a lot. But in any case, but let's see here. And so now I'm just going to check my own channel. I am just curious as to what is the longest video or live stream, actually. So let me see here. Let me see. Okay, I'm just going to go to the channel and check, because it would be a live stream that would be the longest. So let's go to content here. Let's go to live, and let's go to length. Where is length? Filter. Okay. It does not have a filter for length. Okay, so I'll just have to play it by ear and look for anything that goes over 3 hours, which I believe has only happened once or twice. Yep, there it is. 3 hours and 7 minutes. Going to check a little bit more just to check this year, but that was 3 hours and 7 minutes. And so, congratulations, everyone. We have now had the longest stream in NFT's history, and it is let me see here, the New Year's stream last year. Let me check. I think I'm not sure about that, but let me get there. Hold on, let's check that one. Okay, there we go. Oh, you're right. You are right. The New Year's stream, the 2023 ending stream, was 3 hours and 54 minutes and 52 seconds. That was a super long stream. So if you want to get your donations in there, don't forget, support the channel. We at NFTU need your help. Support us by subscribing or donating at nftu.net, on Give, Send, Go, or with crypto. And let's see if we can do this. Now I feel like we have to. It's 2025. It's time to break the record, and we have exactly 41 minutes to do it. Can we do it? Can we do it? I don't know. I feel like we should. I feel like I have a responsibility to take it to the next level. Let me see here. Do you have any good resources that speak on the Pseudo Council of Crete by Sunrise? I would honestly say look at the council documents of Crete. Trust me, they don't need commentary. They're that bad. Believe me, they're their own worst enemies. So definitely, if you can support and help us out, and if you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link at the top of the chat. Don't forget. Let's see here. So let me see here. Let's continue on. Atomic Lead said, we answered that. Father Joseph accepts the challenge. Larry Singer asks, what is the most amazing miracle you have experienced? That's a good question. I mean, I've seen some pretty strange. I think, I mean, I could mention healings, but I feel like a lot of people have seen those. My own conversion, I attribute to the miraculous, but a lot of people don't see it as that way. I mean, it's weird. I've seen miracles occur. I've seen strange things occur in the altar. I've seen, kind of awesome things that have occurred. I've heard records of people being healed by relics. I've gone through, relics of people we knew. There's so much. And I'll tell you, this is going to sound so cliche and so goofy, but when you've seen enough miracles and you see them occurring with at least some level of regularity, whether it's finding lost things after asking for help and so on and so forth. Even the most basic things, like a sunrise, are suddenly so much more amazing. Like, they're not more amazing than the miracles, but they're so much more amazing than before we understood how much God is in our lives. And you start realizing that even the regular world, to some degree, is miraculous. But without miracles, you don't see that. I mean, people don't see that, or people ignore it. But I'm in a wonder a lot more of the time than I'd like to admit, which is funny because I used to be a skeptic. And I'm still skeptical of most things earthly. But Sunrise says, I did read the part where they condemned true Orthodoxy. Yeah, they condemned anti-ecumenism more specifically. So they didn't even just condemn us. They condemned people like Father Peter Hears. I have a friend who is, Magic Sun says, I have a friend who is convinced true Orthodoxy is true. And he asked me, when I go to Mexico, which is probably soon, my father might force me to attend a Roman Catholic church. If I do go, what shall I do? First off, how old is your friend that he's making these decisions without his, is he like, if this is an underage person, in the first place, he can't be forced to commune. It's like, not like, what's he going to do if he can't be forced online? Well, then ultimately his father can bring him to a Roman Catholic church, but he can just sit there like anything else. And it's not like they're going to force him to, they won't do that. So it is,
you can nuke it if you want. Put it on.
Yeah, Sava says, I lived in Mexico. It's rather secular state. I don't think there are laws like that in France or Italy that parents can force their children to go to papist churches. He might be able to force them to go to the building, and that's about it. Reader John says, hide in the bathroom. I don't know if that's wise, because then you're out of earshot if you know his dad wants to smack him up or something. Hello, Daniel. How's it going? I have no idea what I've said something hilarious, or they're just laughing at something else. I don't know. But anyway. All right. So, all right. Well, it's entertainment. We kind of can just kind of watch along. Let me see. My first visit to a Western Rite parish, the priest, who was a Benedictine monk, came out and splashed everyone with water using a hand device. Do you know what that's called? Do true Orthodox Western Rite do this? They can. The device you're thinking of is called an aspergillium. It is a holy water dispenser, and it's usually like a long tube that fills with holy water at the end with kind of like what looks like shower spouts, and you can just use it like that. However, if you cannot afford an aspergillium, as they can at times be expensive, you can also do it another way, which is simply grab some flowers, throw them in the water. They hold water pretty well, and just use that as well. So yeah, the term is aspergillium, and they have those in Eastern Rite Orthodox churches too in some cases as well. They're just not used as much because they like using flowers. So, but you can use flowers in either case. Sava writes, there was an unknown martyr who was killed by the Arians. It is in the prologue. It was a noble woman in Rome, and the Arians kept trying to get her to come to their liturgy, and she refused. Yeah, I believe that. But this is like, I'm not sure. That was a noble woman, and it was like, I don't know if it's the same. We're talking about a kid. He still needs to listen to his parents. One day, they forcibly dragged her to the Arian church, and the Arian bishops forcibly baptized her. Her servants followed her after the baptism. She asked one of her servants to fetch her a coin. Okay, I don't understand what is this story. This is an interesting one. Sunrise sends a super sticker for 99 cents. Thank you so much for your support. She threw the coin at the Arian bishop and said, thanks for the bath. The Arians were so enraged they burned her alive. That figures violent heretics. But that's kind of, that's unfortunately kind of what, I hate to say it, but, the heretics always get a bit more violent. So that's, I believe it. It makes perfect sense. I apologize if my sticker was kind of inappropriately timed. Oh, well, you didn't say thanks for the bath, so it's okay. In any case, let me just see here. Okay, give me a second. Okay, so again, let's see here. Sounds like something the Muslims would do. It absolutely does. It absolutely sounds like something that the Muslims would do. Unfortunately. So yeah, I think Magic said I wouldn't worry too much about, your friend there. They're not going to force him to commune most likely, and he can sit in the back. Sunrise says, where are all the debaters? I know, right? Where are the fearless debaters ready to take us on? We need some debaters. Somebody's got to challenge the Orthodox faith. Somebody. Yeah, they're Arians, really, and Dositas into the bargain. So that's also true. Working on twisting facts. Yep, that's absolutely true, Daniel. And so article update is posted. So if you go to Orthodox Traditionalist Publications, you can just copy in the title of the article so people know what to look like, what to look for. Sunrise says, bring in the Sedes. Larry Singer says, you're just too darn nice to debate. Oh, I think there's quite a few debate partners who would disagree with you. Forced Arian baptism, envisioning this as something akin to being waterboarded into the church or into the Arians, which wouldn't work, but because they're not the church. So yeah, but definitely. Let me see here. And as I mentioned, once again, just to remind everyone, we do have 3 debate/discussions occurring this month. One is part 2 with Father John Whiteford on Craig Trulia's channel on the 10th. That's this next Friday. One is on the 15th against Elijah Yazi with part 2 of the papacy discussion. And then finally, the third week debate discussion with Redeem Zoomer on the 23rd. So good to see the debate with Resident Sleeper. That was pretty funny. Debate the Papist AI Priest. I already did that, Sunrise. I already did that, and he malfunctioned and got sad. You can find him. We debated the AI, and he broke. What was the name of that? I gotta look that up again. That was one of the funniest debates that I'd had there. Eustacia would drag Serbs to churches and forcibly baptize them. I read one story where they would drown people. They would come out of the water shouting they were still Orthodox. Wow, that's shocking for 2 reasons. One, the Roman Catholics were using immersion. Two, that's just a surprise. I plan on including that in volume 2, the Serbian New Martyrs I'm writing. Yep, waterboarded. Orthodox Traditionalist Publications. I will put this up just as a recommendation because he did add a very important letter. The Russian Orthodox Church abroad and the local church were they in communion with Serbia and Jerusalem. Sava says, I have been waterboarded. It is terrible. Yes, it is terrible. That is a surprise. I'm sorry to hear that happened to you, Sava.
I think
Reconquista Orthodox says, debate Billy Carson. I don't think that Billy Carson wants to actually debate anyone for a while. I think he's like, I'm not making anyone else famous. He debated Wes Hoff. For those who don't know, Billy Carson is one of these people who likes to pretend he understood ancient manuscripts and stuff and tries to debunk Christianity because he's a hate-filled anti-Christian. And Wes Hoff is a Protestant scholar of early textual manuscripts. And somehow, I guess he just assumed that this nobody, Wes Hoff, who had like 4,000 followers, apparently would just lose to his great mind. And he was publicly humiliated in front of like 30,000 viewers. And so Wes Hoff now has like a 200,000 person channel, and Billy Carson's star has fallen miserably. And now he rants on YouTube, and each one sounds more and more like he's lost his mind. Just for everyone who doesn't know who Billy Carson is. Sunrise says, I know we need part 2. It won't be with me, I guarantee you. I don't know if there's ever going to be a part 2 for Billy Carson. Reconquista says, I had a deep cleaning on my teeth that might be just as bad as waterboarding. I mean, waterboarding is pretty bad. It produces the feeling of drowning repeatedly. It was not a Jewish dentist. Okay. Black Orthodox says that brother embarrassed himself. Yes, he did. Sunrise says, debate a Jewish doctor. Why? I'm not a doctor. That's silly. What am I going to debate about? You would use the term scholar loosely when talking about Wes. Okay, that's fair. I don't know Wes Hoff very much at all. He just showed up on the radar after defeating Billy Carson. So, and I think that's basically, the end for Billy Carson coming. So, all right, let me see here. Okay, hold on. Okay, 1 second. Just doing a quick check on something here. Please don't mind me. Just have to quickly move here. Okay. Just had to do a quick check. Reconquista says, would you ever go on Joe Rogan? I mean, I'm not afraid of going on anywhere, but I don't know what he would want to talk to me about. I mean, he'd probably be like, he'd start out talking stupid stuff about religion. I'd start pointing out the inconsistencies of his views on Christianity, and he'd start calling me fat. That's how that would go, okay? Just be like, and you're fat. And I'll be like, okay, I got no comeback. There's nothing I can say there. You're right, Joe. You're short. Then he'd just beat me up, and that would be the end of the show. A lot of people think with waterboarding, why can't you hold your breath? It doesn't work. And John MC says the astonishing force serves to convert in an Orthodox church those who resisted or objected were locked in the church, and the church was set ablaze. That's true. Thoughts on the Iron Guard? None today. Yes, they did that multiple times. The Germans also blew up Orthodox church full of Serbs with dynamite in 1943. I've included many of the stories in the document. I had planned to have that finished by the end of January. Reconquista Orthodox says you need to take the Alpha Brain. Okay. All right. So we are now 26 minutes into the 4th hour. And what does that mean? That means we are 38 minutes away from the breaking the record for the longest stream that we've ever had. So if you like what we do here, don't forget to like and subscribe. And once again, just to put this banner that everyone loves, support the channel. We at NFTU need your help. Support us by subscribing or donating at nftu.net, on Give, Send, Go, or with crypto. And if you're looking for my crypto addresses, just look in the description. All right, let's continue on. What channel is the Redeemed Zoomer conversation going to be hosted on from Sunrise? I don't know. I'm not sure if he's coming on my channel or I'm coming on his. I have no idea. I guess I'll ask him that when we're closer to the date. As we get close to the date on each, I will be putting on the links to where they're going to be. And so, let me see here. So in hindsight, were the Matthewites correct about the new calendarists not having grace? Yes. Reconquista Orthodox, thank you for the donation. Very much appreciate it. More money, more problems. Ain't that the truth? Which is why I have to ask for more money. Because I have more problems. Looks this is okay. We're trying to see some member comments. Some of the saying, I look forward to that. Many Serbs in my old parish told me of their parents' experience. Very true. Okay. You there, Father?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, something's crunching up or something.
That was me making noise.
Oh, okay.
I'll mute it.
Sorry. Okay. Let me see here. Sunrise says, didn't the Matthewites consider Jerusalem to still have grace at first? Yes, they did. And so, I don't know that there's evidence that they considered everyone without grace, even at the time of the consecrations. They definitely considered the state church of Greece to not have grace. And that's really where the problem is. Let me see here. How much does Susan W. Reconquista? I don't know if you saw the chat earlier, but Susan Wojcicki died. She died of cancer 2 months ago. Just letting you know. Saba says, I have a story from Matushka Maria Shishkova Nigrabe from what she witnessed in Serbia during World War II. Okay. Well, if you want to tell us, you can, or if you want to put that in the book, or I don't know what you want to do with that. But it's up to you. Whatever you feel like doing, it's fine. And so we are here, and we are going to try to see if we can break the record. That's the goal today. Can we do it? Okay, and how much does the Jewish CEO of YouTube take from Super Chats? 30%. 30% of your Super Chat goes to YouTube. This is part of the reason why I like to ask. I have multiple options. I don't know if I saw that one. I'll get to that. But if you don't want to deal with the fees, etc., and you want to make sure that all of the payment goes to me, the ways to do it are either through crypto. I get everything directly into my crypto wallet. Cash App, because I have a Cash App card, so I can spend directly with it. So yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. If you can give crypto, I'll take it. Legal inquiry, yep. Sunrise, I'll donate gold bars. Those are tricky to transport. Let me see here. Saba says she tells a story that when she was a girl, she saw a bride, bridegroom, and a priest with their throats slit and their bodies thrown in the Drina. Oh, that's pretty horrifying. Poor Matishka. I'm sorry she had to experience that. John MC says something the same. What form do you plan to publish? Reader John says, help support Father. Give as much as your wallet can sustain. But if you don't want to pay that 30%, please don't hesitate to use crypto, Cash App, or PayPal even though PayPal takes out a piece. I do have access to my PayPal, so it's less. It's not 30%. So definitely, if you want to support, go to nft.net, and all of those ways that you can do that, it's right on the bottom of the screen. Saba says it'll be published on the St. Frostinus Cafe. Black Ortho Acolyte says, I once saw on X someone post that the mouths of heretics are always gaping, and use that quote to suggest Bishop Matthew was a heretic. Is that what that quote is referring to? I've heard that about that in Metropolitan Cyprian, even though I believe he had medical equipment for that, and I don't think that I'm not sure that Bishop Matthew's mouth was gaping. But, no, I'm not sure why that is. That could also be arranged by the funeral director. I just have no idea how that happened. It could be that that was done with malicious intent after he reposed. I don't know. John Z says, thanks. I will try to straighten out my membership there and get things in order. Okay. How about you keep all your apps' websites open and then tell us you received it, so we still hear you say it, but avoid giving 30%. Oh, I would gladly do that if you want. I mean, I'd have to open up the. Well, first off, Cash App and PayPal, I get notified immediately. I think. No, I don't get notified immediately on Cash App. I have to open it up. But if I have that open, I can do that. Yep. Looks the same to me. And then open up Cash App. Now, my Cake wallet. And let me see. Nope. No one sent me any Bitcoin today. And let's try LTC. No one's ever sent me Bitcoin, so it's okay. Let me see here. Okay. Litecoin is the same. And if you wonder why I'm always asking for money, it is because of the fact that I'm broke, and this is all I do for a living, is just talk about Orthodoxy as much as I can. Let's see what we've got going on here. But yeah, I've got to definitely find a way to do that, Daniel. I haven't quite figured it out yet, but I will definitely find a way to kind of publicly tabulate that. I just don't know how to do that yet. But I'll figure it out. Sunrise says, I've heard that about Cyprian, but never Bishop Matthew. Recklin Keystars Orthodox says, thoughts on Father Turbo Qualls? That's interesting, because I was just talking about him earlier today. From what I remember, Father Turbo was he was with, I don't know if he was with the Antiochians or the Serbians, but he got to a point where he was doing the whole non-commemoration thing or something similar. And so, I think, if that's true, and he broke communion with them at the end of his life, perhaps, I don't know, maybe he did. And if so, God have mercy on him, and, remember him well, memory eternal to him. Saba says, the quotes from St. Jerome predates both of them by centuries. Blackworth Weckler says, I may be getting confused, was a long time ago, confusing Bishop Matthew and Cyprian. Then let me see here. Not Father Turbo. Then I'm thinking of Moses Berry. Excuse me. Wrong. Okay, wrong black priest. Now I feel like a racist. I was thinking about Father Moses Berry. Father Turbo's still alive. That's embarrassing. Sorry about that. Father, Bitcoin was created by MIT. No, I don't think that's true. Bitcoin.
Go to my computer.
Bitcoin, if I remember correctly,
turn on the light to the room. It's right.
Created.
There's a plug to the right of the computer, the far right on the computer board. That has earphones. That's the earphones. Oh.
You're sideways, Father.
I know because I'm sorry for any interruptions.
Okay, you've frozen.
Let
me see
well,
here.
I have to charge my phone. The charge is getting down. Unless I do.
So I got them confused. Thanks to OTP. Hold on, I'm gonna mute you for a little bit, Father, because I don't know what you're trying to fix there. But okay, you're back. Okay.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry.
Let me see here. Yeah, I meant Father Moses Berry. I apologize to Father Turbo Qualls, unless he's the one that's breaking up, but I'm not sure who's breaking up. Is there a way to add links to your description for donating? Yes. Let me think on that for a second. With the PayPal, I don't think there is. I think you would have to just click on the button on the NFT website on the bottom. With Cash App, I could just put my cash tag, I guess. That would be one way to do that. Let me see here. Okay, no problem. Atomic lead. I know it was funny. Yeah. If the question is what if Father Moses was an minority, that's extremely vast. If it was called Reconquista says it was called electronic peer-to-peer currency in '99 prior to Bitcoin, and was in case the financial system collapsed in 2008. I'm pretty sure that no, it wasn't. They didn't design it to avoid the financial system collapse. They designed it in response to it. That's why the Genesis block specifically refers to the bailouts that the bank did. So I don't know. Let me see here. So Lotta says, Fermented Synaxis, try the official site of the Greek Freemasonic Lodge. Yes, the Harmony Lodge. Let me see here. Okay, let me see here. All Jewish lies. I'm not sure. I don't think crypto is a lie. It's a blockchain-based system. One of the most interesting comparisons I heard about Bitcoin was by the Townsend's channel. They do the historical replica things where they kind of like do things from the Victorian era and early American life and stuff like that. But one of the things they did was a history of money. And one of the things that they talked about was the ledger system that was used in the 13 colonies as a form of currency. And basically noted that Bitcoin is just a decentralized version of that notebook system. So, yeah, let me think here. So other than that, we are at the 39th minute of the 4th hour. Are we going to break the big 4 number? I think we are, because we only have 21 minutes. Townsend says cool. It is cool. The Greek Masonic Lodge openly admits Synaxis, Athenagoras, Demetrius, and Benedict II of Jerusalem were Freemasons. Yes, it does. Sava says there was a Brazilian Masonic magazine that revealed Hilarion Cabral was a Freemason. I've never heard that. I've never heard that Bishop Hilarion was a Freemason. Reconquista says Milton Friedman talked about peer-to-peer electronic currency, and he was an insider from the Chicago School of Economics, and he's Jewish. Right, but I don't think he had anything to do with Bitcoin. he was talking about certain use cases. Yeah, Atomic Lead says that was a ROCOR and P Metropolitan. Right? Oh, yes, he was. He was the ROCOR and P Metropolitan. Sunrise says, what do you think of the Filioque book by Edward Siesinski? There are people in World Orthodox who really recommend it, but it seems questionable to me. You see, that book, and there's others too, that I find questionable. A lot of people will say that this book is a good treatment because it presents the Orthodox position, but then you read it and you realize it doesn't really present the Orthodox position totally well or even fairly. And what ends up happening is, but it looks like it's pro-Orthodox, so you kind of sign on to it, not realizing that it's not actually a good representation of the Orthodox position. From what I've seen of the Filioque book, I tend towards that position from what I've read of it, and I have not read the whole book. Let me see here. Sava says, Vladika Andrei and Vladika Andronic both knew a man who claimed he was inducted into Masonry by Hilarion Capral. Vladika Andronic's sister also had a picture of Hilarion Capral in his Masonic attire. I've never heard any of this. If this is true, I mean, that's bad, but I've never heard any of it. Daniel Langlois says, what was Metropolitan Hilarion's reasoning for joining most of the ROCOR to the MP? I don't even know if it was most of the ROCOR. Maybe it was like 60 to 70% of it because a lot of people had already left. But it wasn't him who did it. It was done under Metropolitan Loris in 2007. And their reasoning was there was no reason for them to be apart, which is faulty reasoning, especially now. Thomas says, if you ask Vladika Andrei and Vladika Andronic, they have lots of proof that Hilarion Capral was a Mason. Look, I'm not saying I don't believe you, Sava. I'm just saying I've never heard it. It's a surprise. Recon Keys to Orthodox said, some World Orthodox commemorate the President of the U.S. Is that a problem since he's Catholic and pro-abortion? I am agnostic on this question, and I will say this. There's so many problems with this. The first one is, I would say you have sufficient reason if the president is Catholic and pro-abortion to not commemorate him by name. Leaving that to the highest authority that is not problematic. On the other hand, with this president, you also have the problem, and I'm one of those who believes this, that the 2020 election was fraudulent and that we have been living in a coup for the past 4 years. So I haven't actually commemorated any president by name at all. Also, because the wording changes so often from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, I really don't have a problem with just saying for the president and for the armed forces. To me, it doesn't strike me that you need to commemorate him because he's not Orthodox to begin with. So let me see here. Sunrise says, I think Edward Siesinski was originally Unionist and went to World Orthodoxy. That's how I understand it as well. Orthodox Traditionalist Publication says, if that photo existed, it would have been made public. Doubtful. Sava says, there was a woman, but she joined ROCA AA. I guess that's ROCA Andronic, which is ROCANA. And she had a picture of Hilarion Capral leaving a Masonic lodge in Brazil sometime around 2006. Orthodox Traditionalist Publication says, you can ask Vladika Andronic about it. Orthodox Traditionalist Publication says, if it does, that's one for the public archive. And welcome, Reader John.
Father bless.
May God bless you, and the Father, and the Holy Spirit.
Do I need to relieve Father Boniface, or is he good?
I don't know. We're basically just trying to break the record, and we're down to 15 minutes to go to formally break the 4-hour mark. So you showed up right on time. But if let me see here. Let's see. Sava says, I highly recommend contacting Vladika Andronic and Vladika Andrei in that case. Vladika Andrei has the Brazilian Masonic Lodge magazine where there's pictures of Capral in a Masonic Lodge. First off, this is going to be a clip by itself because I've never heard this, and it's a shocker. If that's true, and we're going to be talking about it for a while.
Yeah, that's a shocker.
Yeah, with the leaders of the Brazilian Masonic Lodge. John MC says, we have been living under a coup d'etat since 11/22/1963 at least. And again, the member chats do appear on the screen. I'm pretty sure that's referring to the assassination of John F. Kennedy.
Yeah.
A lot of people do feel that way and have a legitimate reason to feel that way. I was simply referring to the formal office of the presidency. The question of whether the deep state, as they call it now, has been in charge since that time, I would say that there's a very good argument for it, but since they operate in secret, you couldn't commemorate them anyway. Let me see here. Orthodox traditionalist publications. That being said, nothing will surprise me these days. How many EP bishops have kids? So Mason isn't a stretch, I suppose. No, guess it's not.
That's a good point.
Once again, I will say join the chat with a super chat or by going to afrostonoscafe.com and save that. And hold on.
Come on, guys. Let's close out the stream with a big
Let's
donation.
close it out with a big bang. Let's do this. Please help with a donation. We can't do this without you. And we are trying to set the record here. So if you have questions, you have comments, you have debate challenges, you have 13 and a half minutes to do so, where we will officially have made a 4-hour stream. Full 4 hours. So here we go. We are in the last 15 minutes of it.
And don't forget to come back if you go to nftu.net to make a donation.
And I'll be honest. People have been very kind to us, and I'm grateful for all the support we've received, and I hope to receive. That support keeps coming. But with the YouTube super chats, I was happy to see them coming, and I am happy to see them coming, and they're useful because I do get paid. They pay me once a month.
Oh yeah,
but yeah, there is.
It's a delayed arrival though.
It's a delayed arrival, and the 30%. I'm not going to complain. It's YouTube. It's their. They have to make their money somehow. So
exactly.
That's a given. I'll take 70%. So I'm happy with that. But if you could, Elevation Monastery is here. We have
Vladika Lazar.
Vladika Lazar is here, and you're sideways.
Yes, I'm sideways. Okay.
Am I sideways?
You don't have a picture.
Oh, that's right.
Father Methodius Chwastik says, greetings, Father Methodius here. We baptized the catechumen Nicander Sunday morning. Also, our friend Arthur J. is now catechumen at Birth of the Baptist. Glory to God. Many years to them. That's good to hear. This is a season where we start seeing more people getting baptized, getting received. We're going to have good news in that direction, I think, all around. Vladika Lazar has disappeared. Hopefully he'll be back soon. But again, that's the real reason we do this, is to bring people into the church. We want people to be part of the church. We want people to be joyous. We want people to be free Orthodox people and happy with the faith, to be
we're trying to give you
Orthodoxy.
Trying to give you more time to focus on that, Father. If you don't have to worry about money, then you can focus on these other things.
Absolutely. So many years, Father Methodius. Let's see here. Master Bless and Vladika Lazar, when he returns, can say that.
I was going to say Master Bless, but he went boop.
Yeah. And Troy Feston Locken says, what's the best explanation argument against the RC Lady Visions of Guadalupe in Mexico? I've heard a few different arguments. The one being the method of production has never been truly studied. Although I would assume demons can paint. They had questions over the design of her form among the Mozarabic bishops, who thought that the design didn't match any form of the Mother of God that had existed traditionally. Frankly, unfortunately, I'd say it's the same argument as the Fatima argument. Why would God want to lead people to a false church? Now, one could make the argument that perhaps that would be the only realistic church that they could have had, but it wouldn't save them.
Like the Fatima apparitions, they have different versions of the story.
Yep.
as time passes. So
Also true.
yeah.
Also true.
And they're praying for the conversion of Russia.
Yeah.
Or not. It depends what version.
Atomic Lead points out demons, I should think. Sava says we had 2 baptisms at our church here in Louisiana yesterday, Dimitri and Nicolaus. Glory to God. I know that at the Abbey, they're scheduled to do a baptism shortly before Nativity. And so prayers for the traveler, the Christian traveler there who will, be baptized. How long? Okay, let me see here. Sunrise. How long did Papists think Dictatus Papae was real for? They still think it's real. They just what they do now is they won't admit that.
Wait, I was about to say, wait, it stopped.
Yeah, now what they say is it's not authoritative since it was not preached from the chair and blah 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 blah. It's literally a record of what his teaching was. So it's kind of ridiculous, but that's the hill they have to die on. Reconquista says, did anybody in true Orthodoxy have people wear masks or close to churches during the lockdown? The unfortunate answer is yes, to some degree, not as many. But there were some churches that did that, some priests that did that.
I can only think of 2 World Orthodox jurisdictions that didn't.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure on the true Orthodox side because I wasn't really paying attention at that time.
No. I was referring to an argument to present a RC. An Orthodox shouldn't need any argument against visions in other religions. No, they shouldn't. Oh, Sunrise, you meant the donation of Constantine. They thought it was real until the work of Lorenzo Valla, which I want to say was around the 1560s. Let me just double check that. Lorenzo Valla died in 1457.
Uh-huh.
So they would have. Let me see when.
I thought it was later than that. Okay.
Yeah, it was actually. That's still full 600 years after it was written.
Yeah.
And 400 years after the creation of the Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah.
So it was 1440 was when it was debunked, and eventually. Let me see here. He argued for
right before the false union of Florence, right?
Yeah. And so, very true. So let me see here. Okay, now Father Boniface has disappeared, but Bishop Lazar's back. Master bless.
May the Lord bless everyone.
Okay, glory to God. Amen. Let me see here. Did anyone in okay, so yeah, I asked Father Gruner at NYC at a lecture in the late 1980s to enumerate Russia's errors. He twisted and turned to evade direct answer. Yeah, he didn't know. As always, that's a member chat, so it goes up on the screen. If you aren't a member, you can join also. That also helps support the channel. Requiem Keys to Orthodox, thank you again for your donation. X-Men Pope Francis opened portals to the demonic world, also to cover for the Jewish CEO. No, I'm pretty sure that the opening of a portal on the 25-year mark is not that wasn't like to open like any. As much as I like to mock and attack the false teaching of Pope Francis, I'd rather not misrepresent what they say. The problem with misrepresentation is this: if you think it sounds good, but in fact it's not based in fact, and you confront your opponent with it, say a Roman Catholic, then not only can they say that you were wrong, but they can also insinuate you're a liar. So you don't want to use that sort of technique if you can avoid it.
Don't fake it till you make it.
Exactly. Our Lady of Guadalupe is a perfect example of a local provincial Tintoretto. I'll be honest, I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Like, what is that?
Tintoretto. Give me a second. Hold on. Tintoretto. Tintoretto is a Renaissance painter from 1518 to 1594. Now that's interesting.
Huh.
For his phenomenal energy, he was termed Il Furioso. What he's saying is that the style of the
Il Furioso. Okay, I recognize.
Yeah, the style of the Guadalupe image is Tintoretto. That's pretty. That makes sense. If you look at his work, if you look at Tintoretto's work, it looks like that. So that's crazy. Wow.
Wait, who said
Paisano says, howdy, Father. That was John MC doing a member chat. It's right here.
You get some bonus points, John.
Yeah, definitely. That's cool. I never expected that you'd find a Renaissance painter that painted like the picture of the Guadalupe. So that's pretty impressive. So yeah, greetings, Paisano. And so let's see here what else we've got going on. As everybody knows, at least everybody in this chat knows, we are starting the year off 2025 with this stream. And we are now just 4 minutes away from setting a record for the longest stream we've done. And this will break 4 hours. And from here on in, and I think we're going to close out from there. I'm grateful to everybody that has assisted. Give me just a moment. There's one moment. I just want to check one thing. Okay.
Yeah, just gonna apologize. I couldn't jump on earlier. I can't get on until later since I got my kids.
No worries.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And just quickly moving over here. And then let me see here. Sunrise asks, "What was your favorite video stream of 2024?" Ooh, that's tough. That is tough. 2024, we didn't have too many debates, but we had a lot of good streams. We had a lot of good discussions. Some of it was wacky, some of it was interesting, some of it was really enlightening. I'd have to think of that. Give me a week. Give me a week to look at them, and I'll announce that next week. But I'm not sure. Recklin Keys says, "Father, you should do a marathon stream one day." If you're talking about doing like one of those large streams,
hey, $2,000.
$2,000, I'll do it. Saba says, "Father Joseph, I got the documents from Lanika Andrea about Ilarion Capral. I can send them to you if you're interested." I would think if you want to send, you can send them to me. But I think OTP wants to see those, so you want to send because he wants to put that on the Orthodox archive. Wait, Father disappeared.
Yeah, OTP is kind of the local archivist / historian.
Yeah, so definitely. But whoever you want to send it to, feel free. Give me just a moment here.
That'd be interesting because his burial wasn't how they do the Masons. Like the Greek Masons, they have closed casket burials. That's why it was so scandalous.
Wait, his burial was a closed casket burial?
No. I'm saying like with the Greek Freemasons, the like with like Athenagoras and all them, they had closed casket burials. That's more of a Freemason thing.
That is odd. Okay.
But Metropolitan Hilarion, his was open, so
yeah, that's true. Give me a moment. Let me see here. Checking something here.
I don't think I've ever met a Russian Freemason, to be honest, or a Ukrainian for that matter.
Yeah, they're not common there. They're not nearly as common.
That's what I was going to say. Trying to think. I mean, he was up in Canada originally, so.
All right, so I was Orthodox Traditionalist Publications. As I was at Metropolitan Hilarion's funeral, it wasn't out of the norm. Okay, so it seemed like
that's
a
what I
normal
was saying.
funeral. Father Boniface, putting you back on the stage. You have been here this long, and we are counting down, and so it is official in 10 seconds.
10, 9.
You need a ball
5 seconds
to be dropping.
This is the ball. Yeah, this is.
Wait. Where's that
it's
AI?
official.
Was that AI Father Joseph? We need to turn him into a ball.
No, but thank you, everyone who was watching. And hold on one moment. I've just got to read that. I want to thank everyone who was watching. I want to thank Father Boniface, Reader John, and Vladika Lazar for being here. Vladika, did you have any questions or comments for us?
I have a question for Reader John.
Yes.
Reader John, did you send a Facebook friend request to me?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. I just want to confirm that because almost on a daily basis, I get friend requests from people I have no idea who they are. So I just wanted to confirm that it's actually you.
Oh, I understand. I totally understand.
I will come at when I next log on. All right, thank you.
All right. That way I can ask you any questions if I need to send people your way. So
Absolutely,
Right,
yeah.
so I want to.
Thank
I
you.
definitely want to thank everyone. Our guests, Vladika Lazar, Father Boniface, Reader John, everyone who had questions, had comments, and especially thank you so much to those who support our mission. Support the channel. We at NFTU need your help. Support us by subscribing or donating at nftu.net on GiveSend or on Odyssey. We remember all of you in our prayers. And thank you all for the support for NFTU. As always, don't forget to like and subscribe. Master bless.
May the Lord bless in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Good night, everyone. And a blessed nativity to everyone.
That's right.
Thank
It's
you.
Christmas. We made it. Tomorrow, here we go. It's Orthodox Christmas nativity. We made it, guys. The fast is okay. You still have like another day, so sorry, guys. It's not over yet. It's not. You can't have anything. It's Nativity Eve. So, but just remember, you can watch this again tomorrow. It'll take up 4 hours of your long day, and then get to church.
And if you're celebrating Theophany tomorrow, then you're on the wrong calendar.
Exactly. If you're celebrating Theophany tomorrow, you need to wait. Just wait, and then go to church at midnight and go to real Christmas. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night, everyone. Christ is born. Father Methodius, glorify him. Have a great night, everyone. And welcome to 2025, everyone. Bye now.